I'm not going to be doing this by myself, so y'all need to unmute.
All right.
Okay. Thanks. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United
United
States of America,
Okay.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item then. So we're going to review and approve our agenda. So is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion and a second.
So moved. I'll second.
Who was the first one? I'm sorry.
Mike.
Mike. Okay, motion by Director Camplin, second by Director Haas. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand. And I can't get to gallery view, so I'm gonna
Aye.
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 Thank you, and motion passes. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the minutes for January 26th, January 2026. Is there any changes or additions to that to the minutes? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Who is it? I'm sorry.
Johnson.
Director Johnson. And I guess when you're making the motion, can you say your name? Because I cannot see everybody. I can't get to the gallery view for the presentation. So
Director Combs will second.
Director Combs. Okay, motion by Director Johnson, second by Director Combs. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
I only heard two. Sorry.
Aye.
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 Sorry about the inconvenience for this. Okay. Motion passes. Okay, next we're going to move to our consent agenda. Is there any additions or deletions to the consent agenda? If not, I'll hear it. I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved, Alan Ward.
Thank you, Director Ward. Do I hear a second?
Second. Johnson.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Taylor, I'm sorry, I just now saw your hand up.
That's okay. I wanted to just ask, on the consent agenda, there were a lot of grants in there that were both being approved and not being approved. And I guess I would like to have an opportunity for discussion of how to maybe structure that in the future. It's not that I have any problems with what's in there. It was a little confusing to see how some of the grants over 100,000 that were not being approved are in the consent agenda. So just maybe we could have a discussion with Janine when that comes up. So it's not a change, just a request.
Is there any other comments? Jen, how do we handle like the format of that?
It might be appropriate if Jean is on now, or maybe Anna Moss could address the consent agenda. It might be better just to deal with it now if somebody is available.
I'm happy to jump in. This is Anna Moss, Deputy Director at CWCB. Director Haas, I think we can have Janine talk through that with her agenda item, but effectively that is all driven by a board policy that says that grants that are either not approved or under $100,000 are to go on the consent agenda, and then above 100 are what we put on the regular part of the agenda for more conversation. So that's what drove that. And I know that Janine's also looking at potential updates to that policy, so we can probably have more conversations, but that is why that is. Does that address enough for now, or do you need more information?
Yeah, that addresses it. It wasn't till I got in there that I realized that some of the grants are for more than 100,000. So it was a little confusing. It felt like apples and oranges a bit, but I understand its policy. So we'll I'll look forward to a discussion on that in a different time. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion, any more questions or comments? Okay, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand. I now have a full screen so I can see everybody now.
I,
Aye.
Motion passes. So we'll go ahead and move on to, for the next item, we have our meeting dates, and our next meeting will be May 18th and 19th at the Denver Tech Center. July 15th and 16th will be in the Gunnison Basin. September 16th and 17th will be in the Colorado Basin. That will also include September 15th for our Finance Committee meeting. And November 18th and 19th, we will be in the Denver metro area. And so next we'll go ahead and move into our director's report. So we have Director Gibbs.
Wait, I think Jen has her hand up.
Oh,
Jen.
sorry, Jen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe I should have waited till our next vote, but for voting, especially when we're online, I think it would be helpful if we if we ask for all those in favor, but also any opposed, because it can be hard to hear who's in favor and who's not. So that any opposed piece might be helpful here. And then to allow for discussion, make sure we're doing that during this forum, which we're not really used to. Thanks for the opportunity, Dr. McLeod.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. And we'll go ahead and move on to Director Gibbs's report.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair. I want to welcome our newest member, Alan Ward. Really excited to have Alan join the CWCB board. Alan comes to us from Pueblo Water, and after a successful confirmation process at the state capitol, you are fully on the board now and a voting member. Also really happy that both Chair Cloud and former Chair Combs have been confirmed as well. Really, I think we have just an amazing team, and again, congratulations, Alan, and with Nathan and Lorelei. Just so glad that you were also reconfirmed to the board. Also, really happy to welcome Laura Clellan here. Laura is the head of Parks and Wildlife, and I've known Laura for a long time. She was previously head of the National Guard as well as Veterans Affairs. And I've said this before in a couple different meetings, but there's not too many people in the state or nationally that actually, when they take over for Parks and Wildlife, actually come from an organization that was much larger. With the National Guard and Veterans Affairs, I think you had, many thousands, at least, 6 or 7 or more thousands of people. But Parks and Wildlife is a pretty large organization too, with over 1,000 people there. But Laura, just so happy you've hit the ground running. And I've actually, worked in government pretty much my whole career in public service, and I've never seen kind of a recruiting campaign quite like it was for Laura, where not only staff but so many different external stakeholders were drafting her to put her name in the hat to be the next director. And really glad that you decided to put your name in the hat for that, and have you in this role. Also really pleased to share that Richard Fields, who was previously the DNR's Human Resources Director, was chosen as our next Chief Operating Officer for the DNR. So really excited to have Richard in this new role. I've worked with him very closely for many years, and he'll be just fantastic in this new role. Richard will be stepping into this role that, as many of you may recall, but Wendy Padilla, my current deputy of the DNR, she had that COO role previously. So really glad to have Richard in this new role. Also, I want to share with you that my legislative director, Daphne Gervais, will be moving to Colorado Parks and Wildlife as the new Deputy Assistant Director for Partnerships. Daphne has just been an amazing asset for the DNR, just working so hard on all of our legislative portfolio, our budget items, working to build bridges with legislators at the Capitol. And I will really miss her in that role, but really glad that she's not leaving the DNR family, but that she'll be an amazing asset for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And she's going to really focus on some really important topics like working to help implement the Colorado Outdoor Strategy, as well as working on our outdoor regional partnerships. And so she is a real bridge builder, and excited that she'll have this new opportunity. So since she is moving over to Parks and Wildlife, we're also excited to have Sarah Hamming serve as acting legislative director. Sarah has been a legislative advisor for CPW for the past few years, and Sarah's also really hit the ground running. She's been working with Daphne over the last few years, in particular over the last few weeks, now that she's in this acting role, really getting to know a lot of legislators and helping to get our legislative portfolio through the legislative session this year. Just yesterday, some of you may have seen in the news, but the governor activated the Colorado Drought Task Force, which will advise the governor on actions that the state can take to reduce impacts of drought on Coloradans. As we all know, we're seeing snowpack far below average and really record lows in many cases. The numbers I looked at yesterday had our statewide snowpack average of about 59%. This is the lowest snow water equivalent volume in the last 46 years. And according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, we have 38 counties in Colorado that are experiencing severe drought, which I think many of you are familiar with, the D2 category. So 38 counties are experiencing the D2 severe drought designation. So we're going to get that off the ground really, really quickly. We know that this is going to be a really challenging year, to say the least. It's likely that water usage will be curtailed across the state. I know Jason Ullman and his team will have a very challenging year, to say the least. But I know our farmers and ranchers and everyone that depends on our water, we're going to be really challenged this year. Let's see, budget items. Happy to say that the Water Conservation Board's fiscal 26-27 decision item to increase staff capacity to administer the water plan grant program was approved by the Joint Budget Committee and in our figure setting. So the next step is for the fiscal 26-27 budget process is the introduction of the long bill in the House, and that will be coming up here shortly. Give you a quick snapshot on our legislative items that we're working on. One of DNR priority bills is the Outdoor Opportunities Act. It's if you want to follow it online, it's HB 26-1008 that passed out of the House with bipartisan support on March 9th, and the bill now moves over to the Senate. We've really worked hard with a lot of to hear input from a lot of different stakeholders, including agriculture community, sports persons, conservation groups, water providers, and we're still working to resolve some kind of minor outstanding concerns, but we're excited to have this bill continue to move along. Also, the DNR's underground injection well legislation has also been moving through the legislative process with bipartisan support. It passed out of the House Energy and Environment Committee and the House Finance Committee, and it'll be heard next in the House Appropriations Committee. A quick federal updates. Congress is beginning to draft the federal appropriations bill for fiscal 27. Most House and Senate offices are accepting funding requests this month for projects that meet the standards for the congressionally directed spending or community project funding guidelines. And so we've been taking a close look at those items. For the general public that are zooming in right now, you can also look online and look at most congressional offices have information on their websites on what that looks like, how you go about, applying for these congressionally directed spending components. Also, I may have mentioned this in the past. actually at one of our last CWCB board meetings, BLM state director and I met for lunch, and some of you may have noticed we were kind of in the corner, but we actually signed the shared stewardship MOU between the state of Colorado and the Bureau of Land Management. And so really glad to have that done. We've been working on that shared stewardship MOU for many years, and awesome to get that off the ground. Let's see. And then let's see. I'm almost done here. We have also, a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers formally launched their permitting process for the projects under the Section 404 of the Clean Water Act that regulates the dredge and fill programs. The DNR is heavily involved in this. Nate Pearson is really our lead on that. And then energy. Last week, the Senate Transportation Energy Committee held a confirmation hearing for 3 key DNR appointments for the ECMC commissioners. So they reappointed Brett Ackerman and Mike Cross. So really glad to have them get confirmed, and also really pleased to report that the committee voted unanimously to support also Christopher Simons for the orphan well mitigation enterprise. Forestry, our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program just announced the 4th round of our Workforce Development Grant Program. This was $6.9 million again out the door. Give you a snapshot of some of the projects that were funded. We have our Teens Incorporated. This is Independent Conservation Corps that was awarded about $200,000 to complete the Crestone Meadows Phase 3 project in El Dorado State Park. And then we have the Ponderosa, we also have the Ponderosa Pine Bark Beetle Task Force that had our first meeting. That was on February 26th. We're planning on having our first meeting on April 1st, and we're also planning on doing some field visits too to get out about around the state. And then last but not least, I really want to give a shout out to the whole interstate team that we have. There's been so much going on, to say the least, with the South Platte, with the Rio Grande, obviously the Colorado River. A huge shout out to Jason Ullman and Becky Mitchell. But the whole team of the amazing water leaders in our state. I know you all recognize this, but I really want to make sure the general public knows. But when you look at, Becky, Jason, Lauren Riss, Amy Ostick, Amy's whole team of Emily, Brian, Michelle, Clint, Anna, they're just like the rock stars of the rock stars. And then you add Nate Pearson and Tracy Kozloff. Like, we are just amazing, amazing team, and I'm just so grateful because there's so much going on. Becky, especially you're zigzagging all over the Southwest and working so hard to represent the state of Colorado and working hard to try to find a sweet spot. And just my gratitude to the whole, interstate team, that they just do amazing work, whether you're on the stage or you're working behind the scenes. Thank you, thank you. And that's it for my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Gibbs? Okay.
Oh,
I also-
Lorelei, I have a
Director Haas?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Director Gibbs. My question is related to the Drought Task Force. I've already been getting questions from people. Can you help us understand a little bit more about the representation that will be on that task force, and maybe some examples of how that task force has helped in the past, just so we can help people understand what this might look like?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, it's an interagency work group that the governor created, and there's 4 main departments that are highlighted. So you have Department of Natural Resources, and with that, obviously, you bring in the expertise of Water Conservation Board, Division of Water Resources, Parks and Wildlife. our whole teams that are working on water. You have Department of Agriculture, you have Department of Public Safety, in particular the Homeland Security component of that. And then you also have Department of Local Affairs that really works so closely with local communities. So the last time that this was that the governor enacted this was June of 2020. And so this is pretty early historically in terms of the governor's desire to create this, but you look at the modeling and that doesn't lie, right? And he really wanted to get a head start of that. So the when we have our first meeting, which will be soon, we can, for example, create subgroups. So in 2020, they created 2 subgroups that we can bring in expertise from the nonprofit sector, the private sector, the federal partners, you name it, that can add expertise. So in 2020, there was a subgroup on agriculture, for example. There was also a subgroup on municipal water supply. And so, a broad spectrum of folks were involved with those subcategories that were outside of state government. And then they also there was a tour of the Northeast that folks could see on the ground, the impacts of the drought on, in particular, farmers and ranchers and water storage and so forth. And then also, exploring recommendations. So to give you a snapshot of what could be recommended, hypothetically, it could lead to possible federal disaster declarations. It could lead to recommendations on state disaster declarations. It could lead to recommendations on statewide fire bans. So that's just kind of a scope of items that, could lead to certain recommendations.
Thank you. I would just maybe, it would be great for us to be able to stay involved because I'm guessing I'm not the only one getting questions from constituents about how does this work? How do we have a voice in this? So recognizing the more information we have, the more we can help people stay informed about what that looks like. So thank you.
Yeah, that sounds good. And Anna Moss, Lauren Riss, Jason Ullman, Nate Pearson, let me know if I missed anything with that. Feel free to jump in because I know a lot of us were involved with the previous drought task force too. But if I covered that, all right.
I think so.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Are there any more questions for Director Gibbs? Okay. Seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and move on to the CWCB Director, Lauren Riss via Anna Moss.
Thank you, Director Cloud. Yes, this is Anna Moss, Deputy Director of CWCB. I'm going to cover this for Lauren today as she has unfortunately lost her voice, which I can only imagine is really incredibly frustrating when you have to turn over the reins for an event like this. So I'll do my best to cover in her stead. First, I do want to echo what Director Gibbs said. Congrats to our new Director Ward for joining. And the reconfirmations of Chair Cloud and Director Combs were really excited to have you for the next 3 years. It was maybe one of the smoothest confirmation hearings I've ever heard. So I'm sure you were all happy about that too. But a big congratulations to you and excited to work with you on an ongoing basis. And also welcome to Director Clellan. We're excited to have you also. So hopefully we'll see more of you at future board meetings too. Just a few updates kind of in a similar vein on a personnel side of things. We've had lots of retirements at the CWCB, which is unfortunate for us, and we're excited for these folks. Within our grants section, we wanted to extend a big thank you to Dory Vigil. She retired after 37 years at the DNR. So that was a good long tenure. She primarily worked on the Water Supply Reserve Fund grant contracts. So we're working to backfill that, but we've got a really deep bench at CWCB. So Kaylee Salazar in our finance section is helping cover in the meantime, and we very much appreciate her efforts there. We've got 2 members who started working with the CWCB through the AmeriCorps program. So they just started this March. Madison Cantrell will be working in our Denver office, and Elliot Reish will be working partly with CWCB and partly with Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership in Ridgeway. And so they will both be with us until September. Hopefully they can join us at that September board meeting so we can recognize them also. Another retirement in our Stream and Lake Protection section was Kim Ricotta. She was a paralegal with that team for over 20 years. So also sad to see her go, but we'll get that one backfilled as soon as we can. And then in our flood section, Karen Meyer worked on FEMA contracts for us for the last few years, and she also retired in March. So we'll recognize lots of new faces in the near future. Along those lines, just a note for you on the FEMA front. As I'm sure you're all well aware, FEMA has been shut down for a bit here. And so that's created a few challenges for our FEMA team who works in their flood section under Kevin Hauk's leadership. The good news is we have state funds to continue our work in that space, but I will say it's created a little bit of challenges on their front. So they continue to monitor that situation on a daily, if not hourly basis. So we'll keep doing our best to keep things moving on that. I was going to mention the drought task force, but thank you, Director Gibbs, for covering all of that. And also I wanted to extend a huge thank you to you and to our communications director, Katie Weeman, and to DNR communications team, Chris Aaron, for fielding all of those media interviews yesterday. I think the list I have in front of me had CPR News, Fox 31, KKCO, Sky High News, CBS, 9 News. There's probably a whole bunch more that have come in today. So thank you for fielding all of those interviews. That was a lot. And Director Haas, yeah, we are happy to support you in any way we can if it's helpful. Like our comms team has put together some talking points on this front, so we can certainly share that with you if you're interested. Perfect, I'll get that to you. And then you'll hear more about this, I think, also on agenda item 5, the spring drought and flood update that Emily Adrid is going to lead. And I just wanted to also say thank you to Emily Adrid. She leads the Water Conditions Monitoring Committee meetings monthly. Those are getting a lot of attention, and just really appreciate her effort in that space. A couple other updates. Our admin and op team has worked hard on issuing grants. In the Republican River Basin, there was $6 million in last year's projects bill for the South Fork Focus Zone Grant Program. So they've got, I think, their first 8 awards. So that is moving along to support the retirement of acres in that area, or retirement of wells, rather. The other update I have for you really is just on a few legislative things. So we learned, I think, on Monday night that the projects bill is expected to be introduced today. So it picked up momentum quickly. It should be scheduled in the House Ag, Water, and Natural Resources for its first committee hearing. Could be as early as next Monday, so we will monitor that. But a big thank you to Kirk Russell, our finance section chief, for always leading that effort. There aren't a lot of water bills this session, which is kind of nice for all of us, but one that we are paying a lot of attention to that I'm sure you're aware of is Senate Bill 131. That's the sports betting protections bill. And so that adds new restrictions on internet sports betting operators. And if you followed the bill, you might have seen the fiscal note, and that identifies possible reductions in revenue into the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund, which then supports water plan grants. So we're watching that closely. The DNR does not have a position on this bill, but we are paying attention to that one. So, and it had its first committee hearing last night, and it was referred to appropriations. So it's making its way through the session. So we'll keep eyes on that one. The other thing that Director Gibbs touched on too is the economic forecast and the state budget. So the next economic forecast that Legislative Council staff puts out comes out tomorrow morning. And so once that information is out, that really will be what the General Assembly uses to finalize the state budget for the next fiscal year. So we'll be paying attention to that early tomorrow morning as soon as we can get our hands on it. So those are kind of the big updates. Happy to answer questions if you all have any.
Hey, are there any questions?
Director Cloud, I have a question.
Go ahead, Director Scott.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna. And hope your voice gets better, Lauren. In the report, as usual, you guys do a fantastic job on your written report, and it had a section about outreach efforts. And I know on the ag one, it looked like it was one of the areas that you hadn't really met what you were hoping to. So don't hesitate to reach out to us. We'd love to be able to help connect you guys with the ag community in whatever way we can.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. I'll mention that to our team.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and move on to our IBCC Director, Becky Mitchell.
Thank you, Director Cloud. And I want to start with the welcome to Laura, and then congrats to Lorelei and Nathan for your reappointment, and welcome to Director Alan Ward, and let the hazing begin. I'd like to say to the new directors, it's a lot. The board packets are hundreds of pages, sometimes thousands. So good luck on your weekends, Alan, from here on out. I also want to echo Director Gibbs' comments on an appreciation for the interstate and federal section. They are working tirelessly across the state and across the country. So I just want to echo that. In terms of the IBCC, we had a great IBCC meeting last month at History Colorado in Denver. The Interbasin Compact Committee dug into the no and low regrets concepts for storage for the better part of the day. We welcomed some new representation, including from the Colorado Basin, Tom Wood, Greg Felt from the Arkansas Basin, and there will be some new representation from the Yampa White Green, expecting soon. They're figuring some of that out. The meeting included a lot of facilitated discussion throughout the day with our facilitator, Kelsey McElroy. The bulk of the meeting was focused on the no and low regrets effort, specifically the very important topic of storage. The IBCC recapped their no and low regrets process for their roundtable, including what went well at each roundtable, the ideas that were generated in those meetings, and then any questions that arose. So the IBCC always has a heavy lift, but the heavy lift for the day was the process of establishing criteria for what makes a good no and low regret idea. The facilitator, Kelsey, led us through some breakouts and group conversations to help the IBCC hone in on the process for taking an idea from the roundtables and then determining if it fits into the framework for no and low regrets. So ultimately, the IBCC evaluated and came to agreement on 3 preliminary criteria. The subcommittee is going to continue to work on evaluating and refining the other ideas raised in the meeting in order to have a robust set of criteria to use and evaluate in the no and low regrets concepts moving forward. But those, the things that they looked at first was, number 1, does this fit the category? 2, is there alignment or no harm with this concept in other roundtables or 2 other roundtables? And is there a value for the IBCC to spend time talking about this? And I think that's critically important. So the no and low regrets subcommittee will also revisit their schedule that was proposed in June of last year. It is likely, given the deep conversation on the criteria, that we may need to shift the schedule to accommodate further conversation on the storage concepts. And as I previously mentioned at the last board meeting and in the past director's reports, I'm hoping that we can have some representatives from the IBCC come and report on this no and low regrets conversations at a future board meeting. I'm actually hoping for May or July, depending on how the work progresses. And so I think that would be a fruitful dialogue and conversation to have. In terms of the broader IBCC group and meeting, the next meeting is June 17th. And there's definitely a reinvigoration of the IBCC. And so those meetings are, I believe, fruitful and beneficial to the entire state. And that just brings me to how fortunate we are to have the structures that are set up within Colorado. It is unique to have these grounds up process, the grounds up dialogue structures set up. And I think when we look at years like this year, where hydrology is tough and and folks will be suffering, to have the structures already set up where people are able to communicate and work with each other. That's set up on a basin level, a statewide level, and even a sub-basin level. So I think we are fortunate, and it is unique. And I think we need to recognize the folks that came before us that had the foresight to think about those things. So that is all I have at this point, and open to any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Director Mitchell? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to Director Sakata, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to try to share my screen here. Appreciate this. Sorry for the delay. Well, maybe I won't share my screen. Well, thanks to Dan Gibbs, thanks to the governor for activating the drought task force. I think that's going to be critical. The water conditions monitoring committee that met, I think it was yesterday, it was really kind of depressing to listen to the report, actually. But it's a reality that we have to face, and I think it's important for us to be aware of what the conditions are across the state. Still working on sharing, sorry. How's that? Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Thanks. As most of you know, usually I start off with a picture from our previous meeting back in January, but I wasn't able to attend much of it. Thanks to Cindy Lair from our staff, who was able to sit in for me. I had quite a few other obligations going on at that time. And one of my obligations was actually going to Colorado Parks and Wildlife Building and walking down the hallways. It's really interesting. They have pictures from former directors on the walls there. And so I took a couple of these. I thought these were pretty cool, of former directors that are serving on there. I think the one on the left is from 1955, and the one on the right is 1903 to 1906. So I thought that was pretty cool. And again, just wanted to welcome Director Clellan. Thanks for your willingness to step up and in this important role right now. So thanks very much for all that you're doing. And then right after that, headed off to Colorado Water Congress. Wasn't there very much as well, unfortunately. I'm finding out and giving a lot of credit to Richard Green and all that. I mean, Kate Greenberg for all that she does, in the sense that it's pulls us a lot of different directions. But I really want to thank Shanae Polo and the Colorado Water Congress Board for allowing us to show the legacy behavioral health film during the Winter Water Congress meeting. And unfortunately, as we've been hearing, especially with the drought conditions, and I'll have this a little bit later in my report, all the stresses that are going to be on agriculture. Unfortunately, I think this is an important topic that we're going to have to be discussing across the state. And as a result of this presentation, other groups, including the Arkansas Basin Roundtable, has asked that we show the film there. So thanks for everybody and your support in that area. Have any of you been to the new Food Bank of the Rockies facility over in Aurora? If you haven't, if you're in the Denver area, I'd really recommend it. So the picture on the right is taken in front of their community kitchen, where I can't remember the number of meals that they're cooking per day. It's really incredible. And they're also wanting to source local produce and food. So that's really fantastic. But they've got a great business model in the sense that they have great meeting facilities. So if you or your organization wants to have like a retreat there, you can meet there, and then in the morning or the afternoon, your group can then volunteer to help bag up stuff that will then go out to the community. So great work that they're doing there, I think. On the left was Governor Polis when he signed the MOU with Taiwan. I was lucky enough to be a part of that effort as well. And then on February 14th, on a Saturday of all things, I was able to participate with the Colorado Water Center, had their Water Fellows program on MSU campus. And I thought it was appropriate. Again, it's a perfect opportunity for me also to thank the interstate team at CWCB for all the work that they were doing Now I know February 14th was an original big deadline date. A lot of things were going on behind the scenes up until that date. And so it was really, I thought it was appropriate. They were meeting with the water fellows that day. And they really had some amazing speakers. Up on stage right now are Ann Castle, Gregor McGregor from CU, Aaron Citron, just were one of the many panels that were there talking to the young water professionals of the future. So I thought it was really appropriate, excited to be a part of that. And then also, I think last January, I talked about New World Screwworm. I hope you guys all looked it up and saw how gross it was, right? But I'm really learning a lot that foreign animal diseases are a big thing, and biosecurity is a big thing. Went to a livestock biosecurity workshop. This is Dr. Frank Gehry, and I thought his quote was really appropriate, no matter what field we're in, is that good judgment comes from experience. And a lot of that comes from bad judgment, right? So we're always learning along the way, and we have to respect that learning process is important. And then on the right is a picture of Governor Polis when he presented at the Colorado Ag Forum. That was the end of February, I think. My days are running together. Probably one of the highlights of this opportunity that I've had to be serving as acting commissioner of Ag was to MC the Colorado Ag Hall of Fame. The picture on the left was one of the inductees was Jennifer Gurr. She was actually a former employee at Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, eventually moving to the Department of Ag, where she started off as an executive assistant and moved all the way up and became chief financial officer for the Department of Ag. It was just amazing the work that she did, and she was not only instrumental in Colorado, but really across the nation, as was exemplified by the fact that we had 3 other commissioners of Ag from other states, the state of Washington, Wyoming, and New Mexico, that actually came that evening to attend the event. So that's former Commissioner Don Brown, and then those 3 other commissioners from across the state that were there. The 3 other inductees were John Slepsky, Tony Frank from CSU, and Marvin Eisenach from Fort Morgan. So it was a really amazing night. And it's amazing that FFA students really give us hope for the future as well. And then we had our Pueblo Ag Commission meeting in Pueblo last week. We got to tour the state fair and tour a couple farm operations. Maros is on the bottom left. Dasani Farms is on the bottom right. And Dasani also serves on the Board of Governors for Colorado State University system. So that was great to interact with them. And then we had a public forum, as is tradition. The night before our Ag Commission meeting, we have a public forum where we just invite people in and listen to what they have to say and talk about. And it was really great to have that happen that evening. And then this picture is, I'm finding out as acting commissioner, I don't get a lot of sleep. So this was our red moon that was back in March. I'm dedicating this picture to former director Greg Felt. Greg, I know you're listening. We really appreciate all you do and all that you continue to do in the water world. And again, really want to join in welcoming Ellen, Commissioner Ward, to this board. Really look forward to working with you, and glad that Chairman Cloud and Director Combs are reappointed to the board as well. Issues, drought. Input costs are so high, low commodity prices, and then, as I mentioned, foreign animal diseases. As Department of Agriculture, as was mentioned, we're in a tough budget year, so we're contributing in what ways we can to make sure that our budgets are balanced. Really looking at federal partnerships, and just briefly, those are our legislative topics that we have moving forward. We're very fortunate the governor signed already our supplemental to support the efforts at the Palisade insectary to help fight the pine beetle along the Front Range here. Our modified CDA loan program is on the governor's desk, and as well as the disease livestock indemnity fund are both on the governor's desk. The other 2 are referred to committees right now: the sunset of our PACFA, or Pet Animal Care and Facilities Act, and the Pesticide Disposal and Container Recycling Act. Upcoming events, Youth Day at the Capitol this Friday. Colorado Water Center celebrating 60 years, March 26th. I hope many of you get to see those events. And then I'll probably have to be stepping off a little bit today. We're excited that the Southern Utes have invited us to meet with them at the Capitol later this afternoon, so I'll probably have to sign off a little bit early for that. I did want to point out something as well on the consent agenda. These are the water plan grants and the staff recommendation where their approval of 10 grants and there were 25 applications that staff were not recommending for funding. You know, I really, again, kudos to the staff for how they're having to work through all these grants, really, you know, reviewing them, being meticulous. We know that, you know, there's a tremendous need out there, but making sure that they meet our criteria. And really want to take this opportunity to highlight work that's going on behind the scenes with the Colorado River District, St. Vrain Left Hand, Greg Peterson with Kawa, and DARCA to try to help figure out a way that we can train water entities, especially small ditch companies, to really develop strong business models so that, you know, they can be more self-sustaining, can develop business plans, and then also are better set up to apply for grants moving forward. So really want to recognize the work that's going on behind the scenes there. And then Director Gibbs, this is to your point, something that I hope that maybe we can discuss in the drought task force is, you know, this is the current drought monitor that's going on. And if you look at it across the state, we understand and you identified how many counties that were indeed due drought. But I hope I'm not going to take the thunder away from Director Ward or Director Combs. But when we actually look at SWE, SWE in those two basins are almost the lowest they've ever been, the projections, and yet they're not indicated in the drought monitor. And so it really, you know, it's kind of a misnomer in the fact that when irrigated farmers, when we're looking into the future this spring, the picture's not told by the drought monitor, the picture's told by SWE, and we really have to be aware of that. And it has complications then for some of the programs involved beyond that. So I hope we can discuss that a little bit in the upcoming discussions. I don't know whether it's going to be a celebration because there are a lot of tough things going on, but we're celebrating Ag Day at the Capitol on Tuesday, March 24th. The mural that we've dedicated will be over on the west foyer of the Capitol. Be sure to take a look at it. And also, I really wanted to mention too, our thoughts and prayers are going out to all our friends and neighbors in Nebraska. Most recent update is over 800,000 acres have been burned in the wildfires in Nebraska. We're getting figures that 80% of their grazing lands have been burnt now. And we're trying to figure out ways that we can support Nebraska. So if any of your communities know of anything that we can do to help support Nebraska, don't hesitate to reach out to me because we're trying to figure out if there's ways. I know we're in a drought condition as well. But if there's grazing land available or forage available, I think it's really important for us to reach out and to assist them in any way that we can. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Sakata. Are there any questions for Director Sakata? Seeing none. But I just want to say, Director Sakata, you always have the really great photos to share with everybody, and I really appreciate that. But I also really appreciate all the work that you do, especially in ag. I know it seems like when you had your first words on your slides were drought, 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 and hopefully those are not the word of the year that we're going to be dealing with. So hopefully that changes, and I think that says a lot for our whole ag community is that we're looking out for each other.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to State Engineer Director Ullman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to try to share my screen as well. Hopefully I do as good a job as Director Sakata did. Can you see my screen? Is it the full slideshow, not like a bunch of other stuff? It's hard for me to tell. So
We have all your other slides too. So
let me see here.
Just go to slideshow.
Share slideshow. There we go. Okay. I think that's correct.
yes.
So I'm going to have a fairly short and probably somewhat depressing presentation. So Robert has shared a few of the graphs, and this maybe is going to sound a little bit like a water conditions monitoring committee update, but I don't want it to be just that. But we and my staff, well, I guess first I want to say welcome to Director Clallan. I'm glad that she's able to join us, and also welcome to new Director Ward. I'm excited to work with you on the CWCB board. And so, but what I want to talk about today is a little bit about the impact that this has on water users in the state, on the prior appropriation system, how we administer potential impacts on augmentation plans and things like that. So first, come on, if I can get it to switch. So this is a statewide graph that may have been showed already previously, but it also includes some of the forecasts if we get certain amounts or percentages of average precipitation for the remaining portion of the accumulation season. And accumulation season typically ends first or second week of April. So we pretty much are near the end of that season right now. And I want to echo Director Sakata's comments that I think the drought monitor is a little bit misleading because right now at this time of the year, the impacts to people, particularly that don't have storage, are primarily determined on what the snowpack is, because that's going to determine the runoff. And if you don't have storage to augment your supply after your direct flow runs out, which is going to be very early this year, then that's when you end irrigating. That's when you end being able to use water without some other source. So if you look at this statewide graph, you see that we are 8.2 inches of snow water equivalent across the state as an average right now of all snow-tail stations. 9.6 inches of snow water equivalent is the previous minimum. That's not the median, that is the previous minimum in 2002. And so, I mean, that highlights how this is going to be, I hope not, but I don't think we're running out of time for this not to be a historic, record-setting drought year for most of the state of Colorado. And if you look then at, the forecast that you see on those dashed lines, the predicted peak, if we get average precipitation for the rest of the year, is 9.6 inches of SWE, which would still be below the actual previous minimum. 97% of the previous minimum, so fairly close, but it would be 63% of the previous 30-year average, which is, as we've talked about before, shifted when they shifted from 80 to 2000 to the 91 to 2010 average. That average went down. So now if you took it, it would be even lower percentage as a percentage of the total period of record. So, I mean, it's definitely a low snowpack. I think Director Gibbs said lowest in the last 46 years. I've picked some particular years for each of the basins, so I hope I'm not stealing the thunder of any of the other directors' reports later in the meeting. But if you look at the South Platte, the black line is this year, the red line is 1981, which is the earliest year we have in these plots because those snow-tail stations as an aggregate weren't available until certain time periods, and those are different in each basin. But 81, we did get a significant amount of snow between this period and the end of the accumulation season. So, maybe we can hope for that. The forecast doesn't look like that's going to occur. The green or turquoise line is 2002. So we are, sitting between 1981 and 2002 right now. So we are, at the brink of what would be the historic, drought year of record in the South Platte. In the Arkansas, as Robert Sakata mentioned, I mean, the drought monitor shows it as not in drought, but I think those people in the lower Arkansas would beg to differ. because they're going to see very low flows this year. You see the black line is this year. The other two lines are the previous two lowest years in 2018 and 2002. 2018 was actually the lowest year. So you see that in many times we have drought years across the state. It's not equally distributed. It's not as bad in all of the areas. So in the Arkansas, the worst year at this time was 2018. In the South Platte, it was 1981. If you look at the Rio Grande, also below the previous two low years, this is also 2018 and 2002. So in that southern portion of the state, 2018 was actually worse than 2002. San Juan, Dolores, San Miguel, so this is the southwestern portion of the state. We've seen a significant melt, which is concerning for this time of year. You see the drop in that black line means that there is actually a significant amount of snowpack that's melted off already. And that drought, that year that is shown there in turquoise is 2002. And so 2002 was the worst year in this basin. In the Gunnison River Basin, you see we're also at a record low compared to all the other years we have available. 81 is in the red. So 81 also saw a pretty good increase. So we're keeping our fingers crossed for something that's not likely to happen. But and then 2002 and 2018. So, worse than those years. In the Colorado River, we're well below 2002. In the Yampa River, well below 2002. 2012 was also another, bad year across the state, but was particularly bad in the Yampa. And then in the North Platte Basin, also 2012 and 2002. We aren't quite below the minimum at this point, but pretty close. And I think, this is a maybe somewhat equal opportunity year for most of the basins in Colorado that are going to see historic, record low runoff from snowpack. What does that result in for us? Well, it results in our staff administering calls to deeper levels, so to some more senior priorities, probably earlier, which means people that are relying on direct flow water rights will have those water rights available for a shorter period of time at the beginning of the season. So those ag producers and other water users are making decisions on whether they will have enough water to irrigate a full crop, or if they want to try, maybe shrink the number of acres that they're going to irrigate this year and use their water that's available on a smaller portion of acreage. Those are the kinds of decisions they're making, the kinds of impacts it will have, having a senior call, potentially more senior than ever before in some basins, could result in OG plans that have replacement under water rights that are now out of priority, but have never been out of priority before, which results in our staff having to have conversations with those augmentation plan owners about emergency substitute water supply plans and things like that can allow them to stay on, particularly, for municipal and domestic providers. So it's going to be a difficult year for a lot of the state, for a lot of water users in the state, for our staff that are dealing with people that are dealing with historically low conditions. The reason I am pessimistic, I think the last time I presented, I was like, well, we got some time left. Maybe we can recover some. Is that, the forecast for this next 14 days for temperatures is well above average. As we all know, we're going to see record temperatures across the state in the next few days, which will probably start the melt off. I think we've seen the peak snowpack. And seasonal precipitation outlook for the next 3 months is also below average. So that's all the bad news. I feel like I can't, end with all these terrible graphs because, hopefully there is some light at the end of the tunnel. We have model predictions for El Nino Southern Oscillation forecasts that are, maybe some of you've seen some of the stories of, super El Ninos and gorilla El Ninos. And the fact is that they are predicting a 1 in 3 chance that we develop that the Pacific develops a strong El Nino in the coming summer into winter. And so you see the forecasted lines here, which are hard to interpret, but the dark line is this is temperatures as related to average, so anomalies in surface temperatures in a specific area of the Pacific. And you see the forecast is that it's going to go up. And some of these forecasts show, or some of the models show huge, quick increases. So positive thing about that is that in past strong El Nino years, 1982 to 83, 1997 to 98, 2015, and then 2023, you'll see that we have 23s in purple. This is 97, this top green line. This is 1982, 83, and 2015 is in this blue. So not as good, but none of them are in the low to average conditions. So I feel like I have to, look for some optimism that maybe next year we'll see some increase. What'll happen this year likely is, many of you know that are water users, is that storage is going to be drawn down significantly to augment supplies. So going into next year, there's going to be less carryover, which means next year, if we have a average to below average year, it is a much bigger impact because now you have less, water filling those, because there's not going to be a lot of water to fill those reservoirs this year to backfill what people use. So you go into next year with low carryover, and there's a much bigger impact for that second year because our systems are built to handle these drought conditions. We live in a semi-arid climate, and so we've had droughts in the past, and our systems are built for that, bad drought year so that you have some supply. Some systems are better set up for it than others, but anyway, those are, some of the things we're thinking about as we go into what will be likely a historic year. Other updates from around the state that I just want to mention is the 404 permitting meetings were held by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on the Perkins County Canal. The first 3 meetings were held in Denver, Julesburg, and Kearney, Nebraska last week. I think that it was interesting. The Julesburg meeting was by far the most well attended. It included some individuals from Nebraska that got up and spoke about concerns about them taking property to build some of the reservoirs, the 2 reservoirs that they show in their application, that they own land in those areas and aren't, interested in giving up their family's land for them to build a reservoir. So that process has started. We will be we are a cooperating agency, DNR is. Nate Pearson is kind of leading that effort because it involves DWR, CWCB, State Land Board, and CPW concerns. The CDPHE, the Department of Public Health and Environment, is also a cooperating agency, so we will be heavily engaged. They have asked us to provide additional information on how our staff administer the river, so DWR staff in particular, that we will be providing. We have a Compact Commission meeting coming up in the Rio Grande in April. The first Compact Commission meeting since the Special Master's, what is hopefully the Special Master's final report in that case. And so we're kind of waiting right now for the Supreme Court to take that Special Master's report and hopefully sign a decree, sign a ruling approving the consent decree in that case. Unfortunately, another piece of bad news, my division engineer in Division 1 has decided that, to retire and take a position with the Farmers Reservoir and Irrigation Company. He will be with us for a little bit while longer, but we are currently in the process of advertising or announcing for that position. So if you know any interested engineers that have experience in water supply, please direct them to the state's job site. That position is open until March 25th. And then I want to thank Robert Sakata and my division engineer in Division 3, Craig Cotton, for being proactive. His staff, Division 3 staff, have already went through COMET training, which Robert Sakata can talk a little bit in more detail about, but it's a 2-hour training for people to help. I guess maybe the simplest way to say it would be to recognize people that may be in crisis, mental health wise. And given the year that we have coming up, I felt, I was appreciate Craig being proactive and having his staff do it. So I've suggested to our other division engineers that they should attempt with their spring meetings to set up the same 2-hour training for their staff, just so that, I mean, our commissioners are probably one of the few people that the ag users see on a regular basis at their head gates. And I think it would be good for us to have some training and recognizing people that may be stressed out by this year's water supply conditions, because that's what our staff are talking to them about. So that'll be happening in the next few months. And then last, we have a tradition of holding an annual state engineers meeting in April, where I bring staff from around the state in to talk about what's going on, so that we can do some cross training with our staff so they know what's going on in all the divisions and the stream measuring programs, dam safety programs, well inspection programs, all of the things that we do. And then we are going to be doing a retreat for my division engineers and an executive leadership team in May to have a frank conversation about things that are working, things that aren't working, and suggestions for solutions to some of them. And I'm excited to have that. We haven't really done anything like that in my 16 years as part of the Division of Water Resources, and I think it's overdue. And in this year, when we're dealing with conditions that are going to stress out the system that we administer, it'll be a good year to talk about these things. So with that, I can take any questions people might have, but I'll conclude my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Ullman?
Madam Chair,
Director Sakata?
thank you. Thank you, Director Ullman, for being really proactive in offering COMET training. In anything, I'm going to become a trainer here in another month, and I'd be happy to help in any of those trainings. So let's keep in contact. I really want to support that effort. So thanks so much for doing that.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think Craig, how Craig was pleasantly surprised, and his staff felt like it was actually a very useful training for them. So sometimes, Robert, you deal with ranchers and farmers all the time. Sometimes you talk about, we're going to do this training on mental health, and they're like, no, yeah. So I had to say, before you respond, I need to tell you that Craig's water commissioners felt like this was very useful. So I appreciate having useful tools out there that people can, learn a little bit more about this, because it is a critical issue.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for Director Ullman? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Division of Parks and Wildlife. Director Nichols?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, Director Clellan had a 10 o'clock meeting that she needed to be on, so you're stuck with me again. But I really enjoy being with you all, so I will do the director's report for Director Clellan. I want to welcome new Director Ward. Excited to meet with you. And congratulations to Directors Cloud and Coombs on reconfirmation for your second terms. Just a few words about Director Clellan. We at Parks and Wildlife, as Dan said, really excited to have her in the position permanently. She's really working hard to get around the state and get to know staff and get to know all of the different things they do and all the things that are responsible for in the different parts of a really large agency. And it is a huge job, but her excellent communication skills and calm and thoughtful demeanor and her vast experience make her a really effective leader for the agency right now. And we're really lucky to have her. Moving on, a few other things going on at CPW right now. Our 10-year strategic plan is in kind of the final approval process over the last year. CPW has been developing this 10-year update to our strategic plan. It will span from 2026 through 2036. and address evolving social, political, and environmental conditions. To develop the draft plan, CPW implemented a robust engagement process to collect input on what CPW's key priorities should be. And feedback was collected in 2025 from over 700 CPW staff, 4,500 residents and visitors, 200 partners, and the Parks and Wildlife Commission. The strategic plan is structured around 4 main goals, the first of which being resilient ecosystems and exceptional resilient ecosystems and exceptional experiences. The second being agency relevance and trust. The third being organizational and workforce health. And finally, financial resilience and innovation. The 4 goals of the plan are critical as they help us meet the core tenets of our agency's mission. So the draft strategic plan was presented to the Parks and Wildlife Commission on March 4th, and the commission is expected to approve the final version of the plan at their May meeting. And if you're interested, the draft plan and the recording of the plan presentation to the commission is available on our commission meeting page. In the ANS world, in 2026, our ANS staff will continue increased sampling and outreach in the Grand Valley and upstream on the Colorado River. The ANS team has established formal partnerships with River Science, and we'll have 2 AmeriCorps placements dedicated to ANS work on the Colorado River, with 1 based in Glenwood Springs and 1 based in Kremlin. And these positions will provide dedicated personnel to expand monitoring and outreach in those high priority areas. In addition to the Colorado River, CPW plans to work with its federal and local partners to sample as many Grand Valley ponds, lakes, and other bodies of water that receive Colorado River water as possible. And it's anticipated that with this expanded work, additional ponds containing zebra mussels will unfortunately be identified in the Grand Junction area due to the area's high connectivity to the Colorado River. Response to new detections will be determined on a case-by-case basis with the owner of that water. Also, in an effort to stop further spread of the species from Grand Junction area, CPW will be piloting 2 new watercraft inspection and decontamination stations. One of these will be focused on protecting the Grand Mesa, and the second will be implemented at Kenny Reservoir in partnership with the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. Also, we will establish an additional station at the Cortez Port of Entry in partnership with the Colorado State Patrol. Another thing we've been working hard on is our beaver conservation and management strategy. It has been finalized after 2 years of hard work. We published it, and this document establishes a proactive and coordinated framework to enhance beaver-influenced wetlands across the state. The primary goal is to increase and sustain beaver populations in sustainable habitats to improve the health of Colorado headwaters, streams, and the diverse wildlife species that depend on these ecosystems. So the next steps will look towards continued engagement and partnerships as the implementation of the strategy moves forward. Excited for some of our staff turnover, as we said, kind of mixed emotions. Mark Leslie, our longtime Northeast Regional Manager, recently retired. Shannon Schaller was selected for that position. We're really excited to have Shannon in that position. Probably a lot of you know her. She's worked for CPW for over 20 years in various capacities throughout the organization, including Deputy Regional Manager, Senior Wildlife Biologist, and District Wildlife Manager. We were excited to officially open our new law enforcement training center in January. The center is located on our headquarters campus and features offices, classrooms, and training facilities that optimize the training experience. And then finally, if along the theme of everyone else, CPW is very busy with drought preparations. CPW is prepared to engage in the drought task force for the first time, even though we've kind of been involved on the side. The governor asked us to take a seat actually on the task force, so we're excited about that. And CPW staff have also been preparing for several weeks for unprecedented poor snowpack and resulting stream flow conditions and low lake levels. So this also includes our biologists closely monitoring stream gauges, water temperatures, fish health to determine when voluntary or even mandatory fishing closures are warranted. Our 19 fish hatcheries and our biologists are working closely together to alter timing or to even cease fish stocking as conditions warrant. Our water quality team and regional and park staff are monitoring algae blooms to identify toxins and issue warnings when necessary. And our water rights team and regional staff closely monitoring CPW's water rights portfolio, which, by the way, is one of the largest and most diverse water rights portfolios in the state, looking for vulnerabilities to earlier and deeper calls and tighter administration. In years such as this, CPW staff work to secure additional augmentation supplies through spot water purchases. And CPW and CWCB and partners across the state have several in-stream flow loans and cooperative reservoir release programs that supplement low flows and help support fish habitat during drought. These tools may become important later this summer as flows decline and temperature and physical habitat stressors increase. Also, our native species biologists are monitoring vulnerable populations for potential rescues if conditions make survivability unlikely. Bottom line, like all of you, we're trying to be as proactive as possible for what looks like it could be a very bleak summer. And with that cheering news, I will stop my comments there. So take any questions if anybody has any.
Director Haas.
Thank you. Yeah, this is definitely not a cheery meeting today with all the drought news. Question on the zebra mussel efforts. So I was going to bring this up in my director's report as well, but I did get some comments and questions from folks in the Grand Valley, and they were curious whether you're exploring kind of alternative mechanisms or techniques to control the zebra mussels. They're looking at things like electric. I have to say it because I don't actually know what this means, but or look at what they sent me. But electrical fields and cavitation, and if they're exploring that, and so they're wondering if is there funding available to like partner with you guys to try some things. And it was a question for the CWCB, but I think it's actually more relevant or a more direct question for CPW.
Well, I'm certainly not a expert in the field. Our staff, though, they really are. Robert Walters, our manager, he's also the chair of the Western Regional Panel currently, which is all of the Western states invasive species staff. And yeah, we're exploring every possible option. Certainly, we were looking at everything that other states have tried, even other countries have tried in terms of molluscicides and ways to go after them. Unfortunately, right now, there's nothing out there that's 100% effective.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're currently doing and what we're trying to identify and again, the education piece and the clean, drain, and dry, even though it sounds trite, is truly our best weapons. But certainly we're open to anything that anybody has suggestions and wants to talk about. As far as the funding piece, we've got obviously our ANS fund, but it certainly, goes to fund our very extensive program. And like I said earlier, we are expanding that to try to really contain. And we don't currently have an extensive program to fund other programs, but we're always open to ideas that people have or partnerships too. So love to hear from people. And so Robert Walters, again, my manager for that program, is a great contact for people that want to talk about it or have ideas.
Okay, maybe if I can follow up with you to put you in touch with Robert, with James Conrad at GVIC, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, as I was reading through some of the grant programs potentially funding, are there restrictions or do you have guidelines for stream restoration projects for invasive species? It seems like that could be a potential risk as well.
You mean giving a grant for a stream restoration program that then would target invasive species?
No, for the possible transference of invasive species, say, for example, they're bringing in material that have zebra mussels on it. I mean, are there,
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're heavily involved in any of those kind of things. And we've got, recommendations on any sort of work that's going on like that. And their recommendations for whatever that kind of work is. And so if there's questions about that, again, happy to engage with people.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to our Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Keith McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, this is Keith McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Before I get into my report, which you should all have, I wanted to thank Director Riss for a couple of items. One, she joined several of us down in Pueblo to meet with Senator Hickenlooper to talk about the Arkansas Valley Conduit project. Director Riss did a nice job of explaining the importance of that project, not just to CWCB in the state. We're jointly funding the first phase of delivery and spur lines with CWCB. So I want to thank her for that. The other item I want to thank Director Riss is for her appearance at our March 6th board meeting. I really appreciate, and our board got a lot of good feedback from her in terms of CWCB's priorities and activities. So thank you, Director Riss. Turning to my report, I'm going to go quickly and try to keep you guys on task today. On the drinking water side, we only had one application in March from the city of La Junta, although it's an important one. It was for $15 million. It's delivery line removal and lead service line removals. About half of that, or a third of that money, is grant money, about $4.7 million. This is one of a handful of lead and service line removal projects we have going around the state. Inglewood, Littleton, Denver, Greeley, La Junta, I think, is our fifth one. I do believe this is sort of the tip of the iceberg. As the lead and copper rule rolls out and hits more and more systems, we're going to see a lot more projects in terms of the lead service line removals. So we'll be looking forward to more of those applications. This is, we're in our final year of bills. Somehow we've made it to this fifth year. If you recall, the IIJA, or bipartisan infrastructure law, was for 5 years, and we're in that fifth and final year. I think this will be a banner year because of that. There'll be a lot of demand on our funds this year because it's your last chance to get really access to this large pot of funds, with about half of those funds being grant dollars. On the drinking water side, I've got the breakdown in my report, but we've got about $85 million available, which is not a lot right now for drinking water projects. You know, a single wastewater or a drinking water plant might be $50 million. So $85 million doesn't go that far, but we do have limits in place so we can spread it around the state. I think it's very likely we'll obligate all those funds this year. It's almost certain to do that. Looking on the wastewater side, we have a lot more capacity on that side. So if you're aware of wastewater projects, and we can fund just about any wastewater project that is out there as long as you can get it approved by the state. We approved 6 of those applications, and I think we will see more applications this year. I won't go through the details of the projects, but if you have any questions on those or want the details in terms of dollars, project descriptions, they're in my report, or I'd be happy to answer any questions. But they were for the city of Burlington, town of Chirac, town of Hot Sulphur Springs, Mountain View Villages, which is that trailer park outside Leadville, which I mentioned at the last meeting, town of Sedgwick, and Three Lakes Water and Sanitation District. So on the bill side, we've executed much less in terms of dollars and projects, but that's because it's focused on the drinking water side. About 75% of the funding is on that side. So we've executed 21 wastewater bill or IIJ loans for about 77.2 million. 20.8 million of that is grant funds. Our loan capacity, as I mentioned, is higher. It's about $120 million this year. So again, you got wastewater projects, please send them our way. It's not that we're out of drinking water and we can't fund, but they're going to probably have to be higher priority projects, and disadvantaged communities would certainly still get funded and prioritized through our system. We have a couple announcements on board members. We've got a newest board member who is Roy Heald. He started in March for us. He went through the confirmation process in February, and I'm glad to have Director Heald with us. He works for he's the manager of our Security, Water, and Sanitation District. He'll be representing Arkansas Valley Basin. And then our treasurer and director, Karen Wogslin, was reappointed for a second term, and we're thrilled to get her back. On legislative matters, we've got our joint resolution, which is 26001. I don't know how we got the first, joint resolution of the session, but we got it, and happy to announce that that's made it through the House and the Senate. This is very similar to CWC's project bill. I think one of the big differences in our statute, we have a statutory requirement that's signed by the governor on April 1st. Or by April 1st. So we'll be watching that very closely over the next 2 weeks to make sure that gets signed. And then the last 2 things for me is, one, I wanted to thank everyone here that participated in the Water Day, first ever Water Day at the Colorado Capitol. I wish I was as handy as Robert Sakata and others that have these great slideshow presentations. I always think, boy, I'm really slipping here after following those guys. But it was a great day at the Capitol, and I sat on the Colorado Water Congress Board, and we were sitting around with the legislatures last August, and this idea sort of came about and said, how come there's not a water day at the Capitol? And so Colorado Water Congress staff and their director really kind of pushed this forward, and we got it done. And so I hope it's the first of many, and I know many of you were there, but I hope to see many of you there next year, and hoping that it's an annual event. Last thing I want to mention was our board retreat and board meeting coming up in April. It's the 3rd week in April. I say board retreat, and often people are envisioning us, whitewater rafting, or we're doing Trust Falls. That's not the case with the retreat. It's really working. We start at 8 a.m. and we go till 6 or 7 p.m. We've got a lot of issues. One of the big focused issues for us, given this is the last year of the IIJ funding, is our base program funding, which has been cut in half the last 4 years or more because of the congressionally directed spending or earmarks. And while we love that money coming into the state, right now at the national level, it strips out half of our funding. And Colorado is actually getting less than we were before congressionally directed spending starts. So we're trying to work with federal officials to get those funds taken from somewhere else or a separate appropriation. And we're certainly working with the senators and reps in our state. But that's a real challenge because folks seem to really like that congressionally directed spending, and trying to convince, the folks that are the benefit of those funds to not take them is a real challenge. So let me stop there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks for your time.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. And thank you very much for everybody and your reports. And so this takes us to our break. And so we're going to go ahead and take our 15 or a break and resume back at 10:15 so we can stay on schedule. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume. We are going to start with our spring drought and flood update.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Adrid, CWCB staff for the record. This is agenda item 5, and I will be giving the spring drought and flood update along with Kevin Hauk. And just as a reminder, this is an informational item only. No board action is required. And this presentation is given every March, as this is a critical time in our snowpack accumulation season with implications for stream flow and water supply. My presentation mirrors a lot of what Director Ullman spoke about in his director's report. So unfortunately, this will also be a pretty depressing presentation. Next slide. All right, so this is our agenda for the presentation today. We're going to take a look at the drought and water supply conditions for water year 2026 so far. Then we'll take a look at the spring outlooks for flood and drought. And then finally, we'll end with a pretty high level quick overview of the Colorado's drought response plan, which includes details about the drought task force. So next slide. Thank you. So we're going to start off with temperature. This has been one of the big storylines this water year. Water year 2026 has been the warmest start to a water year in the 131-year period of record. This map illustrates the average temperatures from October through February and how they've ranked compared to years past. The dark red shades in this map indicate areas that have experienced their record warmest October through February period. And as you can see, that dark red shade covers almost the entire state, which is pretty remarkable. So next slide, please. So this is another visual that I like that displays just how much warmer this water year has been compared to other years in the past. Just to orient you, the x-axis is accumulated precipitation, the y-axis is average temperatures, and then these gray dashed lines are average temperatures and average precipitation, which kind of breaks this graph into 4 grids. The upper left is warm and dry, then we have warm and wet, cool and wet, and cool and dry. And the star here is 2026, this water year, so you can see just how much warmer temperatures have been compared to other years in the period of record. And you can tell 2026 is just like a major outlier for temperature, and also obviously has been drier than normal as well. Next slide, please. So we've seen this graph before, but the second biggest storyline, I'd say, or the second storyline for this water year is our low snowpack. We are currently experiencing our lowest SWE on NRCS's period of record. We are at 59% of the median statewide. This graph is a look at statewide snowpack. As of March 17th, our state has accumulated an average of 8.2 inches of snow water equivalent. And the median at this time is 13.8 inches of SWE. So yeah, as you can see, we're below the red line there. So yeah, next slide, please. Thanks. So this is our snowpack broken down by basin. At the top end of the scale, we have the North Platte at 72% of the median. And then rounding us out is the Upper Rio Grande at 46% of the median. But as you can see, all of the basins have been struggling with snowpack this year. Next slide, please. The whole most of the Western US has also been struggling with snowpack this year, with the exception of Montana and parts of northern Wyoming. But I mean, as you can see, there's a lot of red and orange throughout the Western US, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, through California, Oregon, Idaho, all pretty bad numbers for snowpack this year. Next slide, thank you. Now, so this is a look at precipitation. We are at 81% of the median statewide for precipitation. And I think this is kind of a relatively high number compared to what our snowpack numbers are looking like. And the reason for this is because there was a really massive extreme precipitation event that happened in October in the southwestern portion of the state. So you can see at the beginning of this graph, the black line kind of really bumps up to the top of the range because of those October storms. And without this event, our median number statewide would be much lower. We have accumulated about 12.7 inches of precipitation this water year, when the median at this time is around 15.8 inches. Next slide. So this is precipitation broken down by basin. As you can see, the Southwest is the highest here, largely because of those October storms. The rest of the state ranges from 83% of the median in the Gunnison to 71% of the median in the Arkansas. Next slide. So this is a look at soil moisture at 8 inches at various snowtell sites across the state. And I think this indicates a pretty interesting picture. In Colorado's southern basins, these percentages that you see are pretty high. They're kind of well above normal, especially in the Gunnison and the Rio Grande, which suggests that melt out is occurring at these snowtell sites. On our water conditions monitoring committee meeting yesterday, our partners at the NRCS and Colorado Climate Center were talking about this. And although we'd normally continue gaining snowpack through early April, it's possible, they suggested, that in places throughout Colorado, we've already kind of reached our peak snowpack, and we're seeing this melt out through the soil moisture sensors. Next slide, please. So this is reservoir storage. These numbers are updated every month. And as of March 1st, statewide reservoir storage is 87% of the median, which is, I guess I'd say, a bright spot as we head into spring and summer. We have decent storage going into this dry year. So next slide. These are stream flow forecasts from March 1st. Most basin stream flow forecasts project between 55% and 60% of the median, with the exception of the South Platte at 74% of the median. This just isn't a really pretty picture. These data are updated every month, so the next forecast will be published on April 1st. And that will give us a pretty good picture of how the spring and summer stream flows will end up. Next slide. This is a look at the U.S. Drought Monitor. I know we've seen this before this morning. The extreme drought conditions that the U.S. Drought Monitor indicates are located in the Colorado headwaters region, extending into parts of northwestern Colorado. And according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, about 37% of the state is experiencing at least severe or D2 drought conditions. And I think I'd agree with some of the comments that were made earlier in this meeting about kind of how the U.S. Drought Monitor doesn't necessarily reflect the extremely low snowpack that we're seeing across, especially southern Colorado. I think this is a concern, or this is an issue that that many in kind of the drought space have raised to the U.S. Drought Monitor, and snowpack is often considered a lagging indicator with the U.S. Drought Monitor. So next slide. All right, so we'll get into some outlooks now. Next slide. So these are NOAA's seasonal outlooks. I've grabbed here the images or the maps that are valid for April, May, and June of this year. And as you can see on the left-hand side with temperature, the bullseye is kind of right in the Four Corners region. And we should expect above average temperatures for the April, May, June period. With precipitation on the right-hand side, we're also looking at below average precipitation for that time period, which doesn't help our snowpack accumulation through April. So next slide. So this is a look at the probability of La Nina, neutral or El Nino conditions. We will be transitioning from La Nina into neutral conditions within the next month, and neutral conditions are favored for late spring into summer, and then by late summer and into fall, El Nino is likely to emerge. El Nino summers and falls tend to be slightly wetter than normal for Colorado, so there is a bit of hope to hold on to. And if you want to just go to the next slide. All right, I'll pass it to Kevin Hauk to provide an update on our flood outlook.
Great. Thank you, Emily. And good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kevin Hauk. I'm the chief of the Watershed and Flood Protection section. I'll talk about the flood outlook a little bit, but I do want to just put a little bit of emphasis on some of the snowpack numbers and the weather statistics that you've already heard a lot about this morning. Over the next week, this is going to be a statewide issue, but let me just use Denver as a proxy for what's going to be happening because there's just a lot of records available. In Denver, with almost 150 years of weather statistics available, the warmest temperature we have ever experienced in the entire month of March is 84 degrees. The earliest we've ever had a 90-degree temperature is on April 30th, although there was an 89-degree temperature on April 21st. Our current forecast for Saturday, which looks to be the warmest day, is 87 degrees. And it'll be the fourth day in a row likely of 80+ degree weather. I think there's been a lot of talk about this heat wave going into the weekend, and probably a lot of people have noticed that it will cool off a bit on Sunday, but what may not be as present in the news right now is that after Sunday and then going into next week, it's going to warm right back up, and we may be looking at additional risks to monthly record temperatures by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So this is a really long duration heat dome, and I believe that is really going to impact the snowpack that you've been seeing and hearing lots about this morning. I will say that I think by the end of this heat wave, which may not happen until next weekend or even later, we will almost certainly be at record low snowpack for every single basin in Colorado. And it's just something that it's very hard to wrap my head around these days. One of the hardest jobs I have always had in my role is trying to get people to think about flooding in times of intense drought like we are in or maybe heading into. And I just want to remind everybody that's listening that flooding can happen even during times of drought. I'll just give you a couple of examples from recent years. One that's very recent actually was just from last year in 2025 when we experienced very heavy but relatively isolated flooding down in southwest Colorado. Many of you remember what last summer was like. We had a large fire season and very dry conditions throughout the western slope preceding that flood. The other big one that I will always remember, of course, was in 2013. That was our costliest natural disaster of any type within our state history. And if you remember what things were like in 2013, we had just experienced 2012, which was a very warm and dry year. And then following that into 2013 was maybe not as bad, but it was a relatively dry year as well. And I don't remember exactly what the conditions were, but I think something like 90% of the state was in some form of drought when the big flood of September of 2013 hit. So it is something that may be hard to imagine with everything that we're talking about today, but it is something that I continue to think about every year. In your board memo and in your packet, we talked about all the various forms of flooding that we do experience in Colorado. Typically in March here, we talk about the risk of snowmelt flooding, and I'm going to say I don't think that's going to be something we're going to be facing this year. Normally, the heat wave that we're about to experience would have me very much on edge at this time of year to trigger a snowmelt flood. Some of you may remember in April 11th of 2023, it hit 85 degrees in Denver, and it was a statewide very hot day in a year of very high snowpack, and it caused flooding all the way from Dolores in the southwest up to Hayden in the northwest. We just don't have the snow to melt this year, so I don't think that's something that we're really going to be worried about this year. Both Emily and Director Ullman talked about the forecast for La Nina to go away, and the question is whether we experience neutral conditions or move into an El Nino and possibly even to a very strong El Nino. El Nino typically will lead to higher chances, at least, of higher summer rainfall. So I would say, based just purely on those statistics, we might see a slightly enhanced risk of flooding later this summer, especially during the convective season that tends to peak around August 1st. Again, in recent years, we have experienced some tropical remnants with both 2013 and 2025 flooding having that signature. El Nino is typically associated with a lower risk of hurricanes and tropical activity, so that might be ameliorated somewhat. But what I do want to emphasize is my concern for post-wildfire flooding, and this has been really one of the biggest fears that we've had in recent years. It's really ramped up just in the last 20 years. You've heard this year's comparison to 2002, 2012, and 2018. Those 3 years have a lot of things in common with lots of hot, dry weather, but one other thing that they have in common is that those have been 3 of our worst years for wildfires. And with this year looking even worse than all 3 of those, I think the chances of a very large wildfire season is very, very high. Something would have to turn around for that to not happen. We, of course, don't know where the wildfires are going to occur. But as I think all of you probably know, once the fires happen, and especially if they're big in size, we often deal with years of enhanced flood risk and enhanced debris flow risk downstream of these burn scars. So it's going to be something that we're going to be keeping our eyes on as we enter the peak wildfire season. I do want to emphasize the work that we've been doing with the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. This is an attempt to prepare communities for potential post-wildfire risks and to try to address those before the fires happen. Of course, we don't have crystal balls. We don't know where the fires will happen, but we're trying to address the areas where risks to public safety and water resources are highest if a fire were to occur, and try to mobilize our resources into those areas. And I think that will help with being prepared for this potential for post-fire flooding. Just always, it's worth reminding everybody, flooding remains difficult to nearly impossible to predict in advance. So while we can look at statistics to talk about the likelihood or not of flooding to occur, it just isn't possible to predict specific events more than a few days in advance. And just one final public service announcement. For almost 2 decades now, we have run a daily flood threat bulletin to analyze daily risks of flooding statewide. And that is scheduled to begin again on May 1st. You can access that directly from a link on our CWCB website, or you can click directly on it if you go to coloradofloodthreat.com. And as part of this service, we analyze just typical risks to flooding as a result of heavy rainfall, but we also do look at the potential for post-wildfire flooding for burn scars that have occurred in recent years and still show enhanced risk for post-wildfire flooding. So again, that starts on May 1st, and I encourage you to check that out when that program begins. And that is all I have. I will turn it back over to Emily, and I'll be available for questions at the end here.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. And so in just my last few slides here, I'm going to provide a quick high-level overview of the state's drought response. Director Gibbs covered this well in his report out, but I'm just going to reiterate some of those points. So next slide. So Colorado's official drought response plan is located in the state's Enhanced State Hazard Mitigation Plan, or ESHMP. The drought response plan and the ESHMP were last updated in 2023, and both of these plans are updated every 5 years. Before 2023, the drought plan existed separately from the ESHMP, but when both plans were updated in 2023, the drought plan was folded into the ESHMP to streamline all hazard response plans into one document. Next slide. All right, so the state's drought response is broken down into 4 phases: normal, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So I'll just kind of briefly go over each phase here. In the normal phase, we all know that we must live within our hydrologic realities. Because water supply can vary widely from year to year, depending on, snowpack, soil moisture, precipitation, all of the indicators that were mentioned in this presentation. Our state must closely track conditions and manage water use to align with what our hydrology can support. So Colorado proactively monitors water supply and drought conditions each month at the Water Conditions Monitoring Committee, or WCMC meetings, which are facilitated by CWCB. Our partners at the Colorado Climate Center and the USDA's Natural Resource Conservation Service provide data at these meetings that we use to base our drought response decisions off of. The WCMC meets virtually every month, and these meetings are open to the public. Then we have phase 1, which is essentially a drought watch phase. In this phase, the WCMC and the CWCB continue to closely monitor persisting or rapidly worsening drought conditions, but no official activation or declaration of drought has been made. The WCMC partner agencies, which include the Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Department of Agriculture, Department of Local Affairs, and Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, assess the need for drought task force activation, which leads us into phase 2, which is where we are currently as of this week when the governor officially activated phase 2 and the state's drought task force. I'll provide some more details on the drought task force in my next slide, but finally we have phase 3. In phase 3, an official drought declaration is declared by the governor as recommended by the drought task force, and the governor may seek further assistance as needed, and the drought task force will continue to meet. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit of information about the drought task force, because I know there are questions about who's on it, what it does. So the drought task force is made up of senior leadership from the WCMC partner agencies, like I mentioned, DNR, CDA, DOLA, and DHSEM. The role of the drought task force is to help better understand and elevate the local, regional, or sector-specific impacts of drought. They have the ability to convene ad hoc work groups to identify these impacts in a particular region or for a sector, and share this information to the governor, and then respond with any relevant or needed resources for those impacted. The drought task force can coordinate with the governor's office, who may provide or seek additional assistance. The drought task force was last activated in June of 2020, but previously the drought task force was activated in April of 2002, May of 2011, and May of 2018. And so we've decided to activate somewhat early this year because of the worsening snowpack conditions and just extremely high temperatures that we've experienced so far this winter. I think it's also important to note that the drought task force is it's an information sharing body with no like statutory authority to provide funding or make official declarations. But the first drought task force meeting will occur within the next 30 days or so. So that's kind of an update of where we're at right now. I truly wish I had better news and information to bring to you today, but that is all I have for today. And so I'll open it up for any questions for Kevin and I to help answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Vasquez or Vice Chair Vasquez?
Yeah. Emily, I have a question about North Platte and the lack of data for reservoir storage and stream forecast. We can take this offline. Just let me know what's missing to allow you to do that, if you could. Thank you.
Yep, I will. I'll follow up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Well, thank you for the information. Like I said, I think drought's going to be the word of the year. So we'll just keep hope going. Hopefully, think we do get some good precipitation. So thank you. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next item, the in-stream flow appropriations.
Good morning. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 6A, public notice of the 2027 in-stream flow recommendations. This is an informational item and no board action is required today. Next slide, please. On February 11th, staff held the 2026 in-stream flow workshop virtually. At this event, staff from Colorado Parks and Wildlife and Western Resource Advocates presented new recommendations for in-stream flow water rights. The new recommendations from CPW include 6 reaches located in Water Division 4 in Gunnison County, along with 1 reach in Water Division 6 in Routt County. Western Resource Advocates submitted 1 recommendation for a stream reach in Water Division 4, which is in both Hinsdale and Gunnison counties. So this map here shows those 8 new in-stream flow segments, along with the 13 recommendations staff has received in previous years. As you can see, there are currently recommendations in water divisions 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7, but we don't have any 2027 ISF recommendations in water divisions 2 or 3. So staff has commenced outreach on the 2027 recommendations by sending notice to the ISF subscription mailing list yesterday, March 17th. And outreach will continue throughout the rest of the year and will include presentations to county commissioners and other interested stakeholders. We will also mail letters to landowners adjacent to the recommendations and publish notices in local newspapers. And staff have already started working on evaluating water availability on the stream reaches and the amount of stream flow data that is available. And we're working to determine if any temporary gauges need to be installed for further analysis. Next slide, please. So the public can stay up to date on the status of each recommendation and download documents and data that the CWCB receives from these recommended entities on our 2027 ISF webpage. Copies of the recommended entities presentations, along with recording of the ISF workshop, are also available on this webpage. And all the recommended reaches can be spatially viewed on the CWCB map viewer, and Google Earth file can be downloaded from this page as well for people to view in that format. That's all I have for this item, but I can take any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So good morning. Once again, for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 6B, public comment on 2026 in-stream flow appropriations in water divisions 1, 2, 6, and 7. This again is also an informational item with no board action required today. So on January 27th, the board formed its intent to appropriate ISF water rates on 8 stream reaches. Those, next slide, please, sorry. Those are shown on the map here. Starting Division 1 is East Fork Roaring Creek in Larimer County. In Water Division 2 is Cottonwood Creek in Custer County. Moving over to Division 6, there are 5 appropriations tributary to the North Fork White River in Garfield County. And then down in Division 7 in San Juan County is Pando Creek. So pursuant to Rule 5D of the rules concerning the Colorado in-stream flow and natural lake level program, a notice of the board's action to form their intent to appropriate was sent to the ISF subscription mailing list on February 3rd. This notice provided all parties with the deadline to file a notice to contest, which is due to the CWCB no later than March 31st. So currently staff has not received any notices to contest, but there are still 2 weeks left for them to be filed. This agenda item is also an opportunity for anyone from the public to comment on these appropriations. And Viola, I don't know if there is anyone that is signed up to speak on those, but that is all I have and can take any questions on these as well.
I don't have anybody signed up for public comment.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 7, the Water Supply Reserve Fund applications for March 2026.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting agenda item 7.
Sorry, we have one question.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I will have to recuse myself for the North Platte item. So if you could stop before you start that and I will leave, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, will do.
Thank you.
For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting agenda item 7. We got 14 applications at the December 1 deadline. I got 6 of those today to present. What was that? Oh, okay. Presenting 6 today. Appreciate the board approving the 2 on the consent agenda item, agenda rather, and Director Riss approved the other 6 grants back on March 10th. We'll start with agenda item 7A. This is an application from the Ag and Food Lab and they are a nonprofit up in Adams County, managing 35 acres of farmland in Bennett. And this is serves as a business incubator for 6 small-scale farm businesses that are operated by underserved producers. And so the project is aiming to secure the future of this program by improving water access, expanding their irrigated acreage, enhancing storage capacity across the 6 farms. This will be done in 3 phases. Phase 1 is to be conducting hydrogeologic and geospatial surveys to assess and upgrade the existing upper Arapahoe well. Phase 2 would be to engineer, permit, drill, and install a second lower Arapahoe well to increase the available water supply. And then the final phase is to install drip and low spray irrigation across the 6 acres and construct a below ground cistern for groundwater storage during dry periods. And WSRF funds will cover the infrastructure costs, as well as the surveys, well drilling, irrigation systems, and the underground cistern. I'll be available to answer any questions here on 7A.
So are there any questions? Hearing none. Can we, since Barbara recused herself, we will do that one last?
For sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right. 7C is an application. Thank you for advancing the slide. 7C is an application from the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District. They cover a lot of ground up in Weld, Adams, and Morgan counties. And this particular project is at the Nissen Reservoir, which is located next to the South Platte River, downstream from the Cache-la-Poudre confluence, and it's designed for water storage. It's very critical for the district's groundwater management sub-district augmentation plan. It holds up to 3,000 acre feet and supplies 1,200 member wells. A part of this project was installing an inlet structure on the Plum Ditch, and that was completed back in 2025. To make the reservoir fully operational, the next step would be to construct an outlet structure. And once constructed, it'll deliver up to 10 CFS directly to the South Platte River. These releases from storage will be occurring year-round, and it will supplement the flow in the South Platte River east of Greeley. And the WSRF funds will be used for site preparation as well as construction materials for the pump station and the outlet piping. And with that, I'll be able to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing none.
Great. We'll move on to 7D, which is an application from the Upper Crow Creek Water Management District. They are a special district up in northern Weld County. They manage and control groundwater usage there. And they account for the district boundary service area accounts for 44% of Colorado's total irrigated acreage. And so that particular district, the communities and the ag producers within the district are dependent almost entirely on groundwater. And so the district is spearheading this 5-year project that they're going to measure and monitor groundwater levels. And they're going to do this and provide data, not only for their district, but basin-wide, CWCB, DWR, about water levels in the selected wells. They're going to install level indicators at 15 existing well locations to get real-time data. And this is to help the district just understand Crow Creek's flow recharge on the alluvial aquifers. The data that they're going to collect in the first year of the program is going to create a water resource model for over the next 4 years. And the model will help help the district make better decisions regarding rules and regulations, as well as help their local farmers and communities with their own water usage, as well as crop selection choices. And grant funds will help cover the cost of the level indicators, the installation, data hosting, and modeling. And just want to make note that at the time of the roundtable approval, the applicant didn't fully coordinate with DWR, but however, since then they have reached out to DWR staff to gather feedback on the project, and they're currently coordinating and will be coordinating with DWR throughout the course of this project. I'll answer any questions the board may have on 7D.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none.
All right. 7E is a application from the town of Mancos down in Montezuma County. They got about 1,400 water customers, and they got a raw water pipeline that has reached the end of its useful life. This is a pipeline that delivers water from the West Mancos River down to the treatment plant, and unfortunately, they've had recent multiple failures causing a lot of costly breaks and leaks. And so the town is looking to replace 8,800 feet of existing pipe with some key enhancements. They will be installing new isolation valves and flow meters, and the town currently doesn't have those, but these enhancements will help improve maintenance capabilities and as well as accurately monitor water usage. Grant funds will be used for the material and construction costs. Staff would like to just modify the recommendation. We recommend a conditional approval that prior to contracting that the town satisfy CWCB, that the town has all the necessary easements and has been communicating and working with any and all property owners over the course of the project. And I know we have a public comment on this particular project, and I'd like to also let the board know from the applicant's side, we have Kyle Reich and Heather Alvarez available on Zoom to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. Are there any questions before we go to public comment? No questions? Okay. You want to go ahead and do the public comment now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and board members. My name is Mark Worth. I live at 10750 Road 43 in Mancos. The property my wife and I own includes the top 2,000 feet of this pipeline connecting the Mancos River to the water treatment plant. We are the property owner closest to the river at the beginning of the pipeline. It has become apparent after reviewing the application that was presented to the Southwest Basin Board that several questions on that application were answered in error. Question 5 asks if any public input has been solicited. I was unable to ascertain whether this project will actually include our property. The town has refused to answer that question. I got a response from the town attorney a few days ago that said that after the project had been engineered and bid, they would inform landowners. The project is not being engineered. They're intending to follow the existing pipeline by digging it up and replacing it. And I understand there has been a bid received already. So that lack of communication and transparency is extremely frustrating. I have participated in over a dozen town of Mancos meetings and public statements and made public statements informing the town that I am opposing any digging up of our property until the town works to either solve the current breach of their easement or generates a new easement. The town is contending that a tap into a pipeline that has been abandoned by the town and is dry meets one of the criteria of that easement from 1960. The application suggested that there was no impact, or it did not involve any conservation or natural areas. 2,000 feet of this pipeline crosses an easement, a conservation easement held by a local land conservation agency. It has been extremely frustrating working with the town. They are completely untransparent. I would ask that the board send this application back down to the Southwest Basin group roundtable so that they might consider this with a more accurate application. I feel that their recommendation for this grant was based on significantly inaccurate information. Thank you very much for your time. I apologize for delaying your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We appreciate that. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Okay. So do you want to go ahead and continue on to the next one, Ben?
Yeah, I'll continue on to 7F.
Okay, thank you.
7F is a application from the White River Conservation District. They are proposing a 3-year pilot initiative to assist local landowners with the replacement, repair, and modernization of river diversion infrastructure that was damaged by recent wildfires and fire flooding in the Lee and Elk fire burn scars and some of the areas downstream. This will be a 2-tiered project structure for grants up to $25,000 with a $50,000 total project cost. And this particular tier is for the smaller immediate repairs in the affected zones.
You broke up a little bit there.
Oh, sorry, is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Tier 2 would provide some larger grants up to $75,000, total of $150,000 project cost. So again, another 50% cost share. And this would be dedicated to the implementation of engineered permanent structures. The projects will be prioritized based on the urgency and readiness, as well as watershed benefit. All the applicants would need to provide or demonstrate decreed water rights. The Division Engineer's Office holds a final approval authority for each project. The application is currently working with Division 6 and we'll be working with them throughout the course of the project to verify the projects and just provide some oversight. And so they do have some other project partners just to highlight, including Trout Unlimited, Colorado Ag Water Alliance, along with other consultants to offer technical support. And they've so far received strong interest from multiple landowners on this particular project. And be happy to answer any questions the board may have on 7F.
Okay, are there any questions? Director Vasquez.
Not on 7F, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be appropriate to strip out 7E from a combined vote, given the public comment. And just to separate it, so we consider it separately.
I think we can do that when we make the motion. Okay, is there any other comments or questions on 7F? Okay, hearing none. So you have the staff recommendations for 7A, E, or sorry, 7A, E, C, E, and F, and we'll go 7E a little bit separate so we can have more discussion on that one. Is there a motion? I'll entertain a motion on 7A, C, D, and F.
F.
I'll move for that.
Okay.
Director Combs.
Thank you, Director Combs. Do I hear?
Second, Hawes.
Thank you, Director Hawes. The motion made in second. Is there any discussion on those items? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Is there any opposed? No opposed, so those items are passed. Okay, circling back to 7E. What is your pleasure, board?
This is Director Combs. Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
So Ben, I think you said that it was already, CWCB staff had already asked them to work and get their easements and everything lined up. Is there more to it than that you know of?
Yeah, so we were contacted by Mr. Worth and his wife Corey, and so yeah, we reached out to the town administrator and just got a reply that that they had secured the easements, and of course I know that's disputed by Mr. Worth, and so yeah, we just kind of let them know that we would hope that during the course of the project that they would get the necessary easements in place, to complete the project and work with all the property owners. And so I think if Kyle and Heather are still online, they could provide some more comments and answer those questions as well.
Ms. Chairman, this is David Lieberman. I'm the town attorney for the town of Mancos. Ms. Heather Alvarez is sick today, so she asked me to fill in on her behalf, along with a representative from the Public Works Department, Kyle, who's also on the online here. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you have. It's the town's position that we have all easements in place. This line is the town's main water line that the town has been using since the early 1960s. Same place in the ground, the town's main water supply. We have been in contact with Mr. Worth. We dispute his claim that the town doesn't have an easement for this property. And, this has been an issue with Mr. Worth for the last 10 years. But the town continues to divert its water every day, and the town needs its water line replaced, and this funding is necessary for the town of Mancos to achieve that. The water line replacement will be going in to replace the exact same water line that's been in this exact same location since the 1960s. The town has an express easement under a 1960s agreement, and to the extent any variation of legal description or anything else. I mean, this has been in the ground since the 1960s, so there's an easement by prescription to the extent anybody would claim that it's in the wrong location or the terms haven't been met of the agreement.
Director Cramblin, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I think you've answered most of my questions, but the gentleman did mention something about a conservation easement that this line was crossing. I'm assuming that the conservation easement has a pipeline easement in place, but I'm assuming you guys are working with that entity also?
The town, I think the conservation easement came well after the town's water line was in that location, decades later.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm not aware of any issues with any land conservancy organization that has an issue with the town's water line being in place there. The town's never been contacted by anyone from the land conservancy saying, hey, you got to move your pipeline, it's under a wetland or anything like that.
Yeah, I just was curious, if that was being addressed also. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? So Ben, can you remind us of what the condition that you had for the vote?
Yeah, so the conditional approval would be that prior to contracting, yeah, the town will just satisfy the CWCB that they have all the necessary easements in place, and have communicated and been working with any and all property owners on this project.
Thank you. Director Vasquez?
Yes, I'm just wondering for completely closing the loop on the public comment, whether there's any further step to determine, separate from comments by the attorney for the town, whether this easement is appropriately described and in force. I just think it's worth that extra step to avoid some untoward result by CWCB.
Mr. Worth?
Thank you again for allowing me time to make these comments. The problem that we are having is that we are currently asking for the town to comply with one of the items called out in the 1960 easement. And that particular item, which is one of several they're not participating in, is a single 3/4 inch raw water tap into their pipeline. Now, for us to contest this would cost us thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in a court of law. We are asking for a tap that has very little value, hundreds of dollars at the most. The requirement or the situation that we are seeing here is that to contest whether or not the towns breached their easement, which seems pretty clear, seeing as how they're suggesting that a tap into a empty and abandoned pipeline meets the requirement of the easement, is significant. And we would ask that you encourage them to work with us rather than ignore us, which is what's been happening up to this time. We are asking that this be removed from the approvals today and sent back to Southwest Basin Roundtable so that they can consider the application, can consider a corrected and updated application that is accurate in its statement of public comment information, accurate in its crossing of a preserve area, and that this be dealt with on the Southwest Basin level again, rather than approved at this time. Again, the cost of contesting this through a court would be significant, and we would like to address this issue without spending $100,000. Thank you.
Director Combs?
I guess my concern is, I believe that this project may have some contention to it, but I don't think that we have ignored that by taking staff's recommendation that the application wouldn't be finalized until these things are worked out to the satisfaction of the applicant. And since the applicant is the town, they have a responsibility to those, those people that are opposing. So I'm opposed to pulling this and not approving it. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that's a local issue that's not under our purview, and we definitely don't have all the information. In respect to the public comments, I don't think that our board has that intimate knowledge of the things to just pull it completely out. I would say we move forward. I'm not making a motion. I'm just saying, I think moving forward to allow the conditions that CWCB staff is recommending is appropriate.
Director Mealy?
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Director Combs' comment that staff's recommendation is that the condition is that the term is resolved to applicant satisfaction. I think it's that it's resolved to the CWCB satisfaction, but Ben, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, it would be to the satisfaction of CWCB that these are in place and that there's been just cooperation on both ends, that the town has been working with the property owners and getting everything in place to complete the project and not to cause any harm.
Okay, so with that, what is the pleasure of the board? Director Gibbs?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I move that we support staff recommendations for item 7E.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. The motion made and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Those all those approve say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you to all of our public comments as well too. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and circle back to 7B. Director Vasquez, she's already left. Okay, thank you.
All right. The 7B is a application from the Michigan Creek Water Conservancy District. They own Meadow Creek Reservoir. It's not only important to the basin, but also to the city of Fort Collins. It contributes up to 11% of Fort Collins' raw water supply. The reservoir holds up to 4,400 acre feet, which is a pretty big portion of the basin's 17,000 acre feet irrigation limit under the equitable apportionment decree. Right now, the dam currently is rated as conditionally satisfactory by the Division of Dam Safety, but they have two big concerns. First one is that the reinforced concrete outlet conduit has significant leaks and fractures. They've identified some major leaks back in 2021 and 2024. And then the second issue is just consistent seepage that's being observed near the outlet structure when the reservoir is full. And so if they don't do anything, this could lead to the Division of Dam Safety imposing storage restrictions, which would obviously impact their water users. And so the rehab project components consists of repairing the outlet pipe to seal the leaks. They would like to mitigate seepage by installing a single stage French drain below the dam toe to collect and manage the seepage, and then also repair a failing pipe that goes beneath county road causeway. And so grant funds will be used to purchase materials for the lining and drain, as well as for the construction. And I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have on 7B.
Are there any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. So I will entertain a motion for approval.
I'll make that motion, Alan Ward.
Thank you, Director Ward. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. Johnson.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Is there any opposed? Hearing none, motion is passed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we move on to our lunch break, we're going to go ahead and do our Attorney General's report and then get the motion to go into executive session, and then we'll take a 45 minutes for lunch. Okay. I'll turn this over to the Attorney General's report.
Thank you, Chair Cloud. First, I want to join the rest of the board members in welcoming Director Ward. Look forward to getting to work with you over the next few years. Great to have you. And also want to congratulate Directors Coombs and Cloud on their reappointment. It has been a pleasure, and look forward to continuing to work with both of you. You all have our written report as part of your materials. I'm not going to add anything to that today. I think you heard updates from some of the other directors on things like the Perkins County Canal and some of the other interstate issues that we are working on. So that's it. You have everything in writing. I'm happy to answer questions if folks have questions about anything that's in that report, but otherwise we could move on to executive session with a motion.
Okay, does the board have any questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
Sorry, Madam Chair, before we do that, can
Oh.
I give my little report about going into executive session? Thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. We will need a vote to go into executive session. During executive session, this board will consider agenda item 9A as identified on the board's agenda. This session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 24.64023 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Thank you for that, Madam Chair, and I think we're now ready for a vote.
Okay, I will entertain a motion at this time.
I move we move into executive session.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Director Ward or Director Nguyen? Thank you, Director Nguyen. Motion made and second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, we are now entering executive session at 11:51. And we will also be taking our lunch break. And so we will resume around 12. I think 12:40. That works,
Yes.
everybody? Okay, we'll see you at 12:40. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to turn this back over to the AG's office.
Thank you. This is Jen Neely with agenda item 10. The board went into executive session. Item 9A. Discussion during the executive session was limited to discussion of that item and no action was taken during executive session. I think we can now move on to agenda item 11. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will go ahead and move on to our water plan grants.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Board, good afternoon. I am really excited to be here. I am Janine Shaw. I am the Grants Section Chief for the CWCB, and we have about 1 hour and 40 minutes for this water plan grants agenda item. I will kick us off with some reminders, background, a summary of what we saw this most recent grant cycle, as well as what we saw for the fiscal year, because this is the second of 2 cycles. And then the technical leads for each of the 5 water plan grant categories, which are ag, conservation and land use planning, engagement and innovation, water storage and supply, and watershed health and recreation. We'll go over all of the projects that we're recommending that are on the action, that are action items. They'll have 2 to 3 minutes per project, and we have 24 grants that are on the agenda as action items. So it is quick. We do have a big slate of projects. And then we'll also have time to address any questions that the board may have. So before I dive in, though, I wanted to briefly touch on 2 things. First and foremost, I want to extend my gratitude and a huge thank you to the technical leads, the regional water plan grant managers, and all the CWCB staff and partners who were engaged in the review process. I think you'll see with the slate of projects, it's a really big lift, and everybody really approaches the process with thoughtfulness and integrity. And I'm really excited for what we have before you today. Second, Director Hawes, you had a question this morning about the action items and consent agenda. And so I just wanted to touch on that briefly and maybe provide a little bit of clarification and get a little bit of clarification from you. So policy 25 outlines the grant approval process. It says that Director Riss may approve anything up to $50,000. This time she did not exercise that. So everything is being considered by the board. Anything under $100,000, as well as anything that's not being recommended, is on the consent agenda. Anything above $100,000 is an action item that gets a presentation. I think what you were asking was, is there a different way we can maybe display it in the consent agenda? And I think that is something that we can work on. So we can, currently it is by category and then just alphabetized, and we could further break that out to be the ones we're recommending and then the ones we're not, so that it's clearer.
Yeah, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly. And I will mention that we have talked a little bit about the grant approval policy already. And so we can continue to have conversations and take into account things like that. So thanks for the question. My guess is you're not the only one. Okay, next slide. So I wanted to do a couple of reminders about the Water Plan Grant Program and funding. And so bear with me for those of you who have heard this a million times. I want to make sure to cover it in case there are folks who are not familiar. The Water Plan has agency actions and partner actions. And the Water Plan Grant Program is the funding mechanism for partner actions in support of the water plan. Both the categories, those that I listed a couple minutes ago, as well as who can apply, are in statute. These are intended to be multi-beneficial, collaborative projects that really find a new way of approaching old problems. There is a match requirement. We have a minimum 50% match required for construction projects and a minimum of a 25% match for everything else. And then match is waived for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and Southern Ute Indian tribes. There are overall grant guidelines, and then there are category specific criteria as well. And applicants must select their primary category. And of course, most of these are multi-beneficial, so they span across, but there has to be a primary category. Funding was first made available in 2017. And since that time, we have had several measures, including the big one in 2019 that legalized and taxed sports betting. And the revenue from that goes towards these water plan grants. We have had increasing revenue and these other measures in 2024 and 25 have continued to allow increased funding available for these projects. However, I do want to mention, you'll see this graphic on the bottom of the screen here, we do have a 3-year revenue cycle. So year 1 is when it is collected. Year 2 is when it is received to CWCB, and year 3 is actually when it's available for grant making. So there's a lag, which can be challenging to understand when you hear things in the news, and we're delayed from that. The good news, though, is that we are awarding money that we know we have. So we're not basing this off estimates or anything like that. This is money that is in the bank account. Next slide, please. Okay, so December 1st are the applications. It was the application deadline that you all are hearing the recommendations for. So this map shows the geographic distribution of the applications we got. I know it's a little bit hard to see. After the board meeting, this information will also be on the Funding Explorer, where you can see in the different basins what projects were recommended. And we have a really good representation from across the state. So I am always really happy to see this. We do have 4 regional grant managers: Ashley Garrison, Laura Spann, Jackie Carano, and Lauren Duncan. And they are working directly in these basins, in our assigned basins, so that they can be boots on the ground and really connect with what those communities need and meet people where they're at. Since this fiscal year started, so July, I think Director Sakata had mentioned one of the outreach tables we had. In the director's report, just the regional grant managers have done almost 200 outreach activities. So it is impressive. They are getting out there while also managing all of the grants that we already have. And that does not include all of the additional outreach that our technical leads do. So that was just for the regional grant managers. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is a meaty slide. I want to spend some time on this. So I mentioned we have 2 application cycles. We had $37 million to award between those 2 application cycles. In the first one in July that you all approved in September, we awarded 25 of that 37 million. In December, we got 61 applications requesting $20 million. And we are recommending 34 of those for the remaining balance that is left. So about that $12 million. 24 of those we're hearing presentations on, and 10 were approved on the consent agenda this morning. So in terms of the review process, it's a tight timeline, but we do have a really thorough review process. So I want to go over a little bit of what that looks like. We have a category specific review. Then we go across all the categories and make sure that there aren't any issues from the other perspectives and that we're really moving things forward as a whole. Leadership does what we call a red flag review. Like, is there anything scary that we missed in any of these potentially? And we also have our partner feedback. So we work with Department of Ag, Water Resources, Parks and Wildlife, Local Affairs, and Great Outdoors Colorado. And so by being able to tap into that expertise, we feel really confident that we are able to align the projects that we're recommending with the grant criteria and guidelines to put forth a really strong slate of projects. It is competitive. We had $20 million in asks and $12 million in funding. So I do want to acknowledge that we had to make some hard decisions. And just because something is not recommended for funding, that does not necessarily mean that it was not a good project. It might just not have been as competitive as the other ones in moving the goals forward and aligning with the criteria. Also, it is not a one and done. If an applicant so chooses, the CWCB is happy to provide feedback on how the application can be strengthened, and the applicant is welcome to reapply after strengthening that application. So I always want to make sure to address that because I know it is both exciting for some people and disappointing for others in this grant making process. And then we also look at the availability of funding. So you all may recall way back in May of last year and soon coming up, we do what we call target allocations. So we had this $37 million available, and the staff and the board were working to make sure we're aligned in how much goes to each category. That ensures that we're spreading the love and that we are aligned with what you all expect and can share that with applicants as well to help manage expectations. We also call it a target allocation because at the end of the day, we don't control what comes in the door. We do outreach, we do all these things, but we don't control what comes in. And so if there is not enough demand that meets the criteria and guidelines in a particular category, we don't want to leave that funding sitting there. So in that case, we pull that remainder and make it available for the other categories where there are projects that are ready to go that meet that criteria and guidelines. So those are kind of the parameters that we're working on here. So with that, I think you can go ahead and do next slide. Okay, so there's a lot going on in this one too. This is for the December 1st application cycle. In red, that is the dollar amount in millions that was requested by each category. So you can see agriculture, for example, had 2.92 million. In gray was the target allocation or the amount available after the first cycle. So ag, we had 0.17 million. In blue, we have the recommended amount. All of you smart board members will see blue is more than gray in most of these bar charts. That is because in one of the categories, as I just mentioned, we didn't have enough demand that met that criteria and guidelines. So we funded other projects in those other categories. So I think let's go to next slide. Okay, so now I want to give a brief overview of what we saw for the entire year. So I mentioned those target allocations. That again is in gray here. And then blue is in the total awarded, assuming the ones today go forward. So you'll see ag had a target allocation of 9 million, for example, and the total awarded for the year was 10 million. So you can see across the board, we are funding at least half in all of these. So I think that is a really positive thing. Oh, and I see Director Vasquez, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick question, Janine. In previous presentations you've made, you talked about multi-use, that there are secondary or tertiary purposes. Do you use that as a screening on which ones to add money to if they are in a category that is really short in meeting the target?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly.
Well, perhaps I can give you an example. Let's say
Yeah,
you
sure.
have an application that comes in that's primarily on, I'm going to choose one that's short, on a watershed and recreation. Totally awarded is higher. It's a bad example. But do you go to the second category that's identified in the application when they're talking about multi-use to help decide where to throw that money?
I understand. Not exactly. So what we do is in the first round, we identify which projects fit the criteria and guidelines for a particular category, the one that the applicant applied in, and kind of ignore how much funding is available for the time being. Then, as we go through the phases and whittle it down, when we get to that all category review, we're having to make some hard decisions, and we're really looking at the strongest applications just across the board. And those tend to be the ones that are multi-beneficial anyways, because that's the goal of the program. So they're the collaborative multi-beneficial ones. So I think it's a little bit hard to answer because that's the premise of all of them, but does that help?
I was just asking whether you use that secondary category that applies to that project as a decision-making tool or not. And sounds like probably not.
Yeah, it's not a formal thing that we do. There's also not a formal way for people to select a secondary category. It just kind of comes out in the application itself. So it's a little bit hard to sort on that in particular. Yeah, but I appreciate the question. Oh yeah.
Director Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say thanks for going through the background on the water plan grants. That's helpful to the rookie. I had a question about these categories. So, certainly for the 25-26 fiscal year, the amount awarded compared to the target for storage and supply, the amount awarded was quite a bit less. Is that unique to this year, or has that been a trend?
That is a really great question. Thank you for that, Director Ward. I will have to go back and double check. Unless Matt is on, and I can put him in the hot seat if he happens to know.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm the technical lead for the storage and supply category, and Director Ward, that is a very good question. Storage and supply is an interesting category, I think, because of the size and scope of these projects. It's dedicated to new sources of supply and enlargement of existing spaces, whether that's through raising dams or doing dredging projects associated with it. And so they take a long time to develop, and the money on the front end for feasibility level analysis is usually pretty low. Design and engineering does get more expensive. And then ultimately construction is where you'll have these large needs for cash. And so I think there is more flexibility with this category where funding doesn't go out the door every year at the amount that is available. but there is always the potential for it. And we want to make sure that we have that money available for when large projects are coming through. Does that answer your question?
Does, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
there-
Matt.
Are there any other questions before we continue? Okay, thank you.
So the last couple things I'll address on this slide is that we received over the entire year about $60 million in grant requests. And again, we had $37 million available to award. So it is competitive and the demand is definitely there. And I think Director Combs, this was a question you had in the past about match funding. And so I did want to mention that it looks like based on what we received from applicants, we had just under $60 million in match for the year for the $37 million that we're awarding. So a lot, CWCB's portion is just that. It is one of the funding mechanisms, but applicants are bringing money to the table as well. Okay, so next, this is a number of projects. This is for the entire fiscal year. We have in blue the number of projects awarded, and in red the number of projects requested. I will mention that in the watershed health and recreation category, we do have the wildfire ready watersheds one-time funding available as well that further moves forward the goals of healthy watersheds. So I think we are getting, based on what we're seeing come in, some really good representation across the board with these categories. And then before I turn it over to Nora Flynn, who will kick off the exciting individual project presentations, does the board have any questions? Yeah,
Director Haas?
Yes, thank you, Janine. Excellent presentation and good to see such engagement on this program and this funding. So Mike, we heard earlier there's something called Senate Bill 131, I believe, that is looking at perhaps adjusting how much funding is available. I know the CWCB is not taking a position, but can you give us a sense of what could happen and like what the scale is, or maybe someone else on the call does? I just don't know that bill and what it might do and how it might change the funding available.
Yeah, and I will do my best. They had the bill was heard in committee yesterday, and I think the impact to water funding, kind of the range, depending on who you asked, was really large. Like the range was really large. I think in the fiscal note itself, I think it was between $2 and $4 million a year. But the industry was saying more like $15 million a year. So I think there were some facts that not everybody agreed on, and there's a lot that still has to be worked out.
And just to clarify, when you say 2 to 4 million, you're saying that that's how much we could see this funding reduced by the impact?
Correct.
Or by the bill? Okay.
Correct. In one of the many estimates. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Vasquez?
Yeah, Janine, you guys do great work in carrying this load. I know you're looking forward to having some increased staff to help with it in this coming year. But I want to follow up on our conversation about a secondary category. And I'm wondering if your team might want to think about adding that to the application, and that it might provide another tool for sorting and aligning with targets.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Vasquez. Yeah, we're happy to look into that more. I appreciate that.
Okay, are there any more questions before we move on? Okay, hearing none. So we're at with Nora.
Yes. Good afternoon, Nora Flynn, CWCB staff. I have 3 agricultural projects to share with you this afternoon. The first is the Williams Ranch. The applicant is the Central Colorado Conservancy District. They are seeking water plan grant funding to support placing a conservation easement on the Williams Ranch in Chaffee County. The Williams Ranch receives irrigation water from the Murray Ditch and the Briscoe Ditch, both of which originate from the South Arkansas River. The Williams Ranch is a productive 37-acre ranch that produces several cuttings of hay each year in addition to supporting cattle grazing on site. The Williams Ranch represents one of the last remaining large open spaces with a working agricultural operation within the city limits of Salida. The ranch is a beloved and highly visible asset to the community in terms of preserving the agricultural heritage and community character. The ranch can be viewed from the bordering Monarch Spur Trail that travels along the side of it, and is thus a strong reminder and educational tool showcasing the services that agriculture provides to a community. As such, the Colorado Conservancy District has secured local funding support from sources such as Chaffee Common Ground and the Monarch Mountain Community Impacts Fund. This project aligns with CWCB's conservation easement policy by permanently protecting a working agricultural operation and the historical water use for irrigation, and preserving a culturally significant landscape and an urban open space seen as a significant community asset. So, staff recommends full funding of their request of $300,000. And I guess I'll pause for questions briefly.
Are there any questions? Director Haas?
Yeah, just a quick one. So I'm looking at the sheet you sent out, and it says that measurable result, you have 5,800 Coloradans impacted, 27 acres and 3 cubic feet per second conserved. How will the water be conserved? How are you getting to 3 CFS? I'm just trying to make the water connection, which I'm not completely seeing.
Yes, thank you. So the water is going to be tied to the land in the conservation easement language.
Okay.
Director Ward?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Nora, do you happen to know off the top of your head how many water plan grants have been given for conservation easements?
I don't know off the top of my head how many we've done. I'm sorry.
I'll check in with you offline.
Okay, sounds good.
Janine, did you have an answer?
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is that it has been a very, very small number. We did award 2 last cycle, and then you'll see there are 2 on this round as well. It is a new thing, though, and that is largely tied to what's happening with various tax credits. And so folks are looking for other funding sources. And word got out that CWCB's grant programs do allow this. So those 2 factors, I would say it's a new trend. We have done them in the past, but it's not very many.
Thank you.
This is Director Combs. Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes.
So why does conservation easement go under ag instead of conservation and land use?
Well, this particular project was a conservation easement on a working agricultural property, so it made sense as a fit there since one of our goals is maintaining robust agriculture. I don't want to speak to necessarily what conservation land use won't fund. I don't know if Kevin or Janine want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in, and Kevin Reedy can also chime in if you would like. That's where I think the conservation and land use planning category, if you really dive into the category specific criteria, it's mostly around municipal conservation efforts, and the water efficiency plans and drought planning. But Kevin, do you have anything else to add to that?
Not really. I think it's usually, like Janine was saying, it focuses on that M&I, municipal industrial conservation. Now, that's not to say that it possibly couldn't be done if maybe a municipality had an open space program and there was water on it. I think that would be something that maybe would fit. Or I could easily see that fitting into something else like ag and open space and possibly watershed as well. I don't know though. I mean, I guess it depends on the flavor of what comes in, really. But I haven't seen anything like that from the M&I side of it exactly. It's more definitely been on the ag side, working lands there. So that's my take at least.
Yeah, I think it's mostly tied to what it's preserving. And CWCB has done easements in the past around like flood protection and things like that. So, and those would go in a different area. But that's a good question.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
So I guess, excuse me, I guess I'm asking because on your previous slides, you show the pressure for ag funding, and it seems like the majority of what's going to be a conservation easement is going to be ag land. I don't know that for sure, but it seems like what's come across the vast majority is conserving ag land. And I just made the assumption that that's going to be under conservation, and then the ag would be for more ag-related projects. But I'm definitely not going to second guess staff's interpretation of it. I was just, because ag is so over requested, that was where the genesis of the question.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense with the word conservation being in the conservation easement and conservation land use category. Thanks for your question. Any other questions?
Seeing that. Oh, go ahead, Director Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, is there a metric in terms of how much contribution to conservation easement staff might be looking toward? I completely support this program. Just curious kind of how much is too much. And then secondly, what would happen to this property if not conserved?
Yeah, so part of our policy 24 of conservation easements has about 6 things we're looking for in conservation easements, and one of those is significant contribution from either local or like other state or other national funding sources. So certainly we're looking for support in that way. Our ability to support conservation easements may be somewhat limited in terms of, I think we don't often have ag projects that are over $1 million, and conservation easement projects normally can cost several $1,000,000. So in the case of this property in Salida, it's smaller. The landowners aren't looking to get a great deal of money for it. So I think it's a good bang for the buck. In the one I'm about to talk about, the Nottingham Ranch, it's a $26 million project, and we're chipping in relatively little to that project. What was your second question?
Thank you. I was curious what might happen to this property if not conserved through an easement. Is there threats of development?
Yeah, that's the main thing for this one is development. It's kind of the last open space directly in Salida, and concern is for development. Same with the Nottingham Ranch property that I'm about to talk about. Is in the Salida case, it's more neighborhood homes. In the Nottingham Ranch, the concern is more about subdivision into little ranchettes.
Any more questions? Okay, we can continue.
Okay. For the Nottingham Ranch, the applicant is the Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, and they're seeking water plan grant funding to put a conservation easement on the Nottingham Ranch. It's a 17,000 acre working cattle ranch, 3,000 of which are irrigated, and they average about managing 1,200 cow-calf pairs annually. This ranch is visible from the Colorado River if you've ever floated between State Bridge or Dotsero, or if you're familiar where Dotsero is, it's upstream from there. The ranch has been described as a keystone agricultural operation within the agricultural economies of Routt and Eagle counties. This conservation easement will include 186 CFS of water rights in numerous creeks that are all tributary to the Colorado River. In total, there are 17 miles of creek and river frontage and 150 acres of riparian habitat. All of these attributes together have helped gather financial support from Routt and Eagle counties, Great Outdoors Colorado, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. This project is in alignment with our conservation easement policy because it's preserving a working agricultural landscape, and also that is helping to sustain rural communities due to its large size and influence on the local agricultural economy. Also because of their plans to promote restoration and resiliency of riparian habitat in their management plans. Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust requested $1.5 million. Staff is recommending $721,163. We came to this number due to, as you guys have been shown, the number of requests versus funding available and the competitive nature. So we could not get to recommending that full 1.5 million. But in conversations we've had with Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Land Trust, they're willing to accept that smaller award, and they're confident that with their ongoing fundraising efforts, they'll be able to complete the project. I'll pause for questions.
Are there any questions? Director Vasquez?
Yeah, just on that note regarding the commitment from the Agricultural Land Trust, if they don't get enough money to do it, will the CWCB funds be returned, or the water plan grant funds be returned?
Yes. There's a few more steps in the process for them. They're hoping to close this summer, which is why they didn't delay until we have more funding in July. The final appraisal is still to come, so they're working very hard to figure out their final financial picture, but they're feeling pretty confident.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we could go ahead and continue.
Okay. The next one is Colorado State University with a project led by Dr. Ryan Bailey. The project is titled South Platte Urban and Agricultural Salinity Sources. Ryan Bailey is a professor in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at CSU, and he has expertise in assessing the movement of water and nutrients in watersheds to assist identifying best management practices on a watershed scale. The South Platte River Basin, where this project is taking place, is experiencing salinization of soils, groundwater, river water, which can all have negative impacts on the economy through decreased crop yield, decreased soil health, and increased costs for treatment of municipal water. This project aims to quantify salinity sources and loading to the South Platte River Basin. This has been identified as a chief issue via the South Platte Salinity Stakeholder Group. The South Platte Salinity Stakeholder Group is made up of diverse stakeholders from agriculture, municipal, water providers, utilities, and research institutions. They meet several times a year to talk about ongoing issues and to prioritize certain research projects. And this how this one came about. You may recall we've funded a couple of salinity projects in the past with this group, and staff have taken steps to ensure that this work is really building on previous efforts and not repetitive of those. This project did receive a letter of support from the Metro Basin Roundtable, and match funding is coming from South Metro Water Supply Authority and Northern Water Conservancy District. And CWCB staff is recommending full funding of their request of $108,000.
Hey, are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and move on to the next one.
Okay, great. Kevin Reedy, CWCB staff. I've got 4 of them for you guys up here, and we'll just jump right into it. The first one is from the Colorado Nonprofit Development Center, and the project is Urban Turf Replacement and Youth Workforce Programs. And the grant amount's $111,855. Ooh, we got an extra 50 cents there. I didn't have that in my notes. And with a total project cost of $223,711. This is basically a landscape transformation and climate adaptation youth workforce project. So all the projects will be carried out by underrepresented youth recruited from the Denver School of Science and Technology public schools. And I think the main one is from the DSST school up in Montbello in Northeast Denver. The participants receive stipends for doing the work as they're doing the work over the summers, and also earning a seal of climate literacy certification and be trained in skills such as irrigation system adaptation, soil amendment, water-wise planting, and in design work around landscapes. Interesting point I found out just yesterday, actually, when I was just prepping. Colorado, the Colorado Seal of Climate Literacy is a high school diploma and transcript endorsement that recognizes Colorado students who demonstrate strong climate knowledge. And actually, we're the first that created this in the nation. And there's probably about 10 to 12 other states that have followed suit. And this was through a bill in 2024. And I had never heard of this before until we got this grant. So I guess it's a big deal, and it's really taken off. So that's a cool thing that we can help support for the youth workforce movement here. So basically what they're going to do is they're going to focus through this grant on 4 different properties, 2 state properties and 2 others. One is a pretty high profile one in the governor's mansion, the Betcher Mansion. That's going to be a big one. And actually, it's kind of nice to see that coming to fruition. We've talked to the governor's staff over the years about doing the Capitol as well as the mansion, and that's finally happening there. The other one is the Colorado Department of Health Services at the Fort Logan campus, which is a pretty big state property and a big project that's going to take a lot of that square footage out of there. Central Park HOA, and then the other one is the DSST Elevate High School campus. So they're working on their own campus for that too. And so basically it helps fulfill the Colorado Water Plan by reducing water demand basically through climate adapted landscapes, as well as looking at workforce training and certifications for underrepresented youth. The project supporters and partners include Neighborhood Resilience Corps, who's the applicant, Denver Water, Aurora Water, the Governor's Office, Department of Human Services, the Colorado Department of Personnel and Administration, the Central Park HOA that's listed as one of the properties, and the DSST Public Schools. And a shout out to Caitlin Casasa, who's the Sustainability Director for DPA with the state. We've been talking to her and working with her for a while on trying to get things going for state properties, and she's been working with them on these attempts to get something going. So that is it for 11D, Urban Turf Replacement Youth Workforce Programs. Any questions on that one? Okay, I'll keep rolling then. Now, 11E is Resilient School Landscape with Smart Irrigation, Denver Public Schools. Another public school focused grant, except this is all for all DPS, a lot of properties. And we've been talking to public schools and school districts about this, about a more concerted effort to get more of a overall plan for these larger school districts instead of doing one school at a time. They've been really great about, coming to us and talking through the project and the possibilities of this thing. So one of the main thing that they're going to do is we're going to be funding the installation and optimization of smart irrigation controllers district-wide. And so this is 105 sites, I believe. They've done a pilot with about 27 sites before. And one of the really crucial parts of this is that it really helps an understaffed group of folks to manage all these sites and these campuses with technology that's going to help them manage the water a lot more effectively. So they basically established in 2021, they've got a goal to reduce water consumption by 15%. They established a baseline of many millions of gallons, almost 500 million gallons a year. 80% of that water is used for irrigation and outdoors, basically, for these schools. So they're working off a climate goal, a 15% reduction by 2028. And what they're looking at is possibly about 160 acre feet, or about 52 million gallons a year reduction across the district. And I think that's pretty conservative. They'll probably get a lot more than that. I'm guessing probably close to about 200, but that's fine. We can work with a more conservative number. But the interesting part of this whole thing is that they're going to be working to get irrigation equipment and also fixing systems that they come across and find, and also soil moisture sensors and shutoff valves for these large sites. So it really kind of stretches their staffing a lot further. And the really interesting part of this, though, in 2024, a bond was passed, and it was something like a $700 million school bond, I think, for a lot of facilities and campuses across DPS. They've got about 2.5 million, which is their matching, that is specifically for irrigation efficiency and controllers. So they're really leveraging our money quite well to go after that bond money and really make it work. And as you know, a lot of this construction stuff and a lot of equipment the prices have been all over the place the last couple of years. And so they've been really making it work, trying to catch up. Even from 2024, the money has changed a lot. So actually, it's a pretty good leveraging of our dollars for their bond that was passed by the folks in Denver. So again, focuses on vibrant communities, water-wise use, reducing demand. So it's a large project that'll have a lot of impact. And the grant amount is a little over 2.2 million, with a total project cost of a little over 4.7 million. Any questions on this one?
Any questions? Seeing none.
Okay, moving on to 11F, Comprehensive Outdoor Water Budget Program for Snowmass Water and Sanitation District. This is a really, really cool project, very comprehensive, very multi-beneficial in terms of what they're looking at. The grant's for $410,275 with a total project cost of $824,900. It's a phase one of phase two, or maybe phase three total. We'll see how that works out. But we are funding phase one right now. And what they're looking at is they're going to be looking at all the properties in their service area and switching over to get everybody on water budgets. And so really the first step is they're going to establish comprehensive outdoor water budgets for all the properties in the service area. First, though, phase one is about 100 to 200 properties. I've got it here, yeah, that they're looking at to take care of. And really what they're doing is they're going to set the water budgets by examining all those properties, looking at the irrigation systems. They're going to set those water budgets they're going to create a incentive program to help pay for some of the equipment that goes into those properties. They're going to do a rate study to make sure that the water budget system works within their rates, and they're going to tie their rate structure to those water budgets once they're all assessed. And then also they're also going in and updating their codes, their land use codes and their landscaping codes to integrate these conservation standards. But they wanted to run it first through a pilot and make sure it's working all right, and do a rate study so that they make sure they get the revenue, and also then integrate it into their code for the remaining properties in the service area. So I think it's a really good example of taking these things and making sure things, all these parts are working well together, so they don't have any surprises down the road, especially in terms of revenue. But they're looking at about 50 to 70 million gallons, about 10% of their current production, once all the properties are in underneath this program, about reducing their demand by 50 to 70 million dollars or gallons a year. And so that's about it. I think it's just a really good comprehensive program, and I think they're looking at it right. The water plan obviously supports this stuff with demand reductions and looking at water budget rate structures, looking at optimizing infrastructure, increasing efficiency and conservation, as well as the Colorado Basin Roundtable. Basin Plan has things like reducing summer outdoor demand, promoting municipal conservation through measurable and community-wide outdoor reductions, and also implementing code updates for local water-conscious land use strategies. And that's it for that one. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, on to 11G, the last grant in this compartment here. Advanced Metering Infrastructure Project for Town of Wellington, $440,738.15, and for a total project of $881,476.30. So they are implementing an advanced metering infrastructure project in the town of Wellington. And we look at these metering projects, and when they come up, we definitely make sure that they're tied in with our greater water loss advancement and our water loss trainings, and what we're looking at for water loss control and management from these entities. But they're looking at about 1,000, little over 1,000 meters, smart meters and radios. They have installed a number of them, like 3,300 so far. But right now, they're going to be smart meters, but they're not smart yet. They're part of this is going to be helping them do the remainder of the meters, and also installing a couple base systems that will collect those radio waves basically and collect the data from there, and then also deploy analytics software to fully activate the townwide AMI system. So it gets into where the customers and the people in the town will be able to look at their water usage almost real time from their home through this system. And so it's really one of these things that we always ask them to do for these meter projects as well, is because we want to have a feedback loop with these projects. We want to be able to make sure that there's an education component focused on that as well, so that the customers can get a real-time feedback on what they're using, such as like leak detection as well in the home, when they say, hey, your meter is running really fast or running a lot. It's been running for a couple hours out of your normal pattern sometimes, depending on the software. But it can really help the community and the customers really get their leaks under control, but also really helps them with how much they're actually using. And so right now they've got a bunch of meters in the ground, but they're just not smart yet. And then so once we get this project going with them, they'll be able to kind of really have some data-driven decision-making as well. And kudos to the town of Wellington. When we first talked to them a while back, we were like, hey, listen, we've got a water loss training program. We'd really like you guys to jump into that before you go down this road of your grant. And they were getting ready to submit their grant, like, hey, no problem. They jumped in and got the training, and then now they're working on another water loss audit for calendar year 25, still for 2026. But they also went back and did 2022 data and 2023 data, And they analyzed that. And one of the things that came out of that was customer metering inaccuracies. That was the number one thing that came out of their audit that said, you need to fix this first. And so that, to me, that tells me that this is really well aligned with what they're finding from a water loss audit that they did as well. And that's kind of what we do with the whole water loss program, is we want people to be able to prioritize what makes sense for them to attack first for intervention. So that's what I've got for that one. And I think that's all 4 of them. So I'm done with those. Any questions?
Questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
So next we have Ben Wade.
All right, finally found the correct window to reopen here. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am presenting on 11I or 11H and 11I. 11H for the engagement innovation. This is a application from Colorado State University, the Colorado Water Center there, station there. Years ago, they identified a significant challenge in our water community. Of course, this doesn't affect us because we're not aging workforce at all. We're the youngins, but of course that is a concern that's identified in the Colorado Water Plan, and just identify the challenges with finding talent and keeping that talent within the water community. And so the Colorado Water Fellows program was created that addresses these needs through a year-long program. And so they offer comprehensive interdisciplinary exposure to water management and sustainability. And the program is offered from a range from first-year graduates to PhD candidates. And this board approved a grant last year, but is only for a few academic institutions. This current grant is going to expand the program from 6 to 11 institutions to provide more reach statewide, and to also support an additional 195 students. And this is one of those projects that definitely highlights a commitment to collaboration with all 11 participating schools, aligned academically and financially to deliver this program. And alumni from the program have secured positions across the water workforce, so it definitely has good results. The funding, the grant dollars here would be used to provide student stipends, support the program coordination with the launch of the incoming institutions that are going to participate. Also fund an annual statewide convening event. And more importantly, just develop a long-term sustainability business plan for each of the partners, so that this can continue at each institution for the years to come. And want to note that all participating institutions are providing cash match, which is always a plus. So that is my presentation for 11H. I can answer any questions the board may have, if any.
Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Great. 11I is a application from Fort Lewis College. They're coming in to support looking for funding to support their Tribal Water Media Fellowship over a 3-year span. The goal here is to find voices to diversify telling water stories over various media formats by training college students, but also professionals, and then sharing Indigenous water perspectives through these various media formats. The college is very unique in that it offers tuition-free education to Native American and Alaska Native students. And so this is just been very, very successful program. Nearly half of the student bodies are represented over 170 tribes and Alaska Native villages. This particular program, the Tribal Water Media Water Fellowship, is going to recruit 12 fellows each year for a 2-week summer intensive training. And then that training is followed up by a 6-month mentorship program to support the production as well as a public showcasing of all the independent media projects that each fellow is going to produce. This helps advance the Colorado Water Plan. It addresses the need for improved engagement, awareness, and diversity in water career pathways. And past program graduates have secured jobs down in the southwestern part of Colorado in the water community, including with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe's Water Resources Department. Our grant dollars would help cover some of the program coordination, the student stipends, some travel, housing, as well as technical equipment for those projects that each fellow will be involved in. This project is very well supported. Has funding partners such as the Walton Family Foundation. This project has also gotten letters of support from Chairman White Skunk of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, as well as the Southwest Basin Roundtable. And I'll be available to answer any questions the board has on 11I.
Are there any questions? Hearing none.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll move on to Krister.
Good afternoon, board. Stephen Reeves, CWCB staff. For the record, Chris Sturm is online. If anyone has questions for him, myself and Andrea Harbin Monahan will be presenting the watershed health and recreation category grants 11J through 11V. Starting with J here, we have the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative coming in for the Flume Creek Restoration Project. This is a project that was identified as a high priority through a recent Wildfire Ready Action Plan, a CWCB RAP. Flume Creek is half in a burn scar from the Interlaken fire in 2024, and half of it is outside of it. It feeds directly into Twin Lakes Reservoir. There's not too many mitigation measures besides what the project has identified to help prevent sedimentation and water quality issues coming from Flume Creek into Twin Lakes. This project is a floodplain restoration and riparian restoration work on Flume Creek, paired with forestry work, fuels reduction in that entire region. So the U.S. Forest Service is doing the fuels work, and then the Watershed Collaborative is doing the restoration work in the riverscape. Total project cost is $522,000. Water plan grant recommended amount is $255,313.54. I will pause for any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none.
I'll be handing the next few off to Andrew.
Good afternoon, Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff. For the record, 11K is Coalitions and Collaboratives Bakerville Flood Risk and Sediment Reduction Design. This is a design project for an area that was identified as high risk for water supply in the Upper Clear Creek pre-wildfire planning study. So the project area is roughly 3,000 linear feet, I believe, east of Bakerville along the I-70 corridor. And that stretch of river experiences a lot of head cutting and erosion. And so the goal is that the project will increase floodplain function and resiliency along Clear Creek and allow for sediment and flood attenuation, especially in the event of a post-fire scenario. So the first phase of this was a CWCB funded feasibility study, which resulted in an alternatives analysis and conceptual designs. And so this grant is to bring the preferred alternative to a 60% design. And staff is recommending full funding of $110,096. And I'll pause for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
All right, 11L is Colorado Open Lands Riparian Reconnect Advancing Wetland Restorations in the South Platte Headwaters. So this project advances the Riparian Reconnect program, which seeks to improve watershed health in the headwaters of the South Platte Basin by restoring wetland function in degraded stream corridors that are channelized and incised. So this project will implement adaptive management, covering about 16 miles of the stream corridor that has previously been restored. And it includes 5 years of monitoring at 9 previously restored sites that will collect data to evaluate the effectiveness of these types of treatments. And then additionally, the project will assess 10 new sites for potential restoration, which will result in 3 to 5 vetted sites that will be shovel ready for implementation in 2027. And staff is recommending full funding of $1,097,575. I'll pause for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
All right, 11M is the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation's Placer Creek Watershed Restoration Project. This is a restoration project that will take place on Placer Creek in the Rio Grande Basin, where mining and logging and grazing over the past 80 years or so have led to channel incision and loss of floodplain connection. So this restoration will combat that by using low-tech process-based restoration, riparian vegetation plantings, and riparian fencing to protect the riparian plantings from ungulates. The project also includes robust outreach to keep stakeholders and the public aware of the efforts and engaged in the process. And that's going to include stakeholder meetings, tours, workshops, and handouts. And staff is recommending full funding of $147,634. And I'll pause for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Next slide. All right, 11N is the Estes Valley Watershed Coalition's Fish Creek Beaver Meadow Design and Adaptive Management Project. This is an ongoing restoration project in a high priority area for the Estes Valley and Northern Water. This is an area that was highly impacted by the 2013 floods in the Big Thompson watershed. And this project area includes 2 properties along Fish Creek and Estes Park, and they are the Chile property and the Basso property. From 2021 to 2025, the Estes Valley Watershed Coalition worked to complete 3 phases at Chile Camp, funded by CWCB. These included installing low-tech process-based restoration structures, geomorphic assessments, and the development of 60% designs to reconnect the floodplain. So this grant will help develop construction-ready design plans and permitting for the Chile property to reconnect the floodplain to its pre-disturbance floodplain. And then also from 2024 to 2026, the Estes Valley Watershed Coalition expanded their restoration initiatives to include the Basso property. And on that property, they initiated groundwater monitoring and they installed some more low-tech process-based restoration structures. And so for this grant, in addition to doing the construction-ready designs at the Chile property, it's also going to support monitoring and adaptive management of those low-tech process-based restoration structures on both of the properties. So staff is recommending full funding of $195,992.50. I'll pause for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
All right, 11O is Jefferson Conservation District's pre-wildfire restoration in the Upper South Platte and Clear Creek Huck 8 basins. So this is an implementation project that will involve low-tech process-based restoration on a number of headwater systems. Tasks will include site assessments to determine where in each catchment treatments will be most effective, design and permitting, installation, and monitoring. And these headwater systems were all identified in the North Fork of the South Platte Wildfire Ready Action Plan, and they're all important to maintain resiliency for Denver Water's water supply into Strontia Springs Reservoir. So the objectives will include slowing the water flow, trapping sediment, and reconnecting the floodplains to improve riparian and wet meadow function, which will have a direct impact on water quality for Denver Water's municipal supply, especially in a post-fire scenario. And staff is recommending full funding of $214,559.50. I'll pause for questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
All right, 11P is Larimer County's Box Elder Creek Habitat and Wetland Restoration Project. This is a stream restoration design project along Box Elder Creek in the Red Mountain Open Space in Larimer County. The project aims to restore an area that has been substantially altered by a historic earthen flood control dam and a diversion for irrigation. So the designs will primarily include low-tech process-based restoration, and that will result in a reconnected floodplain and enhanced habitat. So the deliverables will include construction-ready designs, as well as a vegetation plan and a monitoring plan. And staff is recommending full funding of $140,000.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, 11Q is the River Networks Environmental Flows Cohort Phase 2. So this is a training program for watershed planning leads who are trying to incorporate environmental flow recommendations and projects into their planning. So this grant builds off of the pilot program, which was funded through a water plan grant a few years ago. And this iteration is modifying that program to take member comments into consideration. Curriculum topics will include things like R2 cross, conflict resolution, and various stream flow restoration tools. This grant will support a new cohort of 10 to 15 members and give continuing support to the past cohort members from the pilot program. The biggest difference between this new iteration and the pilot program will be that the curriculum will largely be self-paced with pre-recorded lessons, and then a number of workshops for applied and interactive work, as opposed to workshops that are primarily lectures. And staff is recommending full funding of $242,285.57.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Next slide, please. Rivers Edge West coming in for the Colorado River Orchard Mesa Restoration Project. This project is on the main stem of the Colorado, upstream of the confluence with the Gunnison. This project was informed through the Grand Valley River Corridor Initiative, a very successful initiative they have there on the west slope. And this project is going to remove invasive phreatophyte species along this stretch and help reestablish native plants and floodplain connectivity. The project is on public and private lands, a combination. It is on James M. Robb State Park, which CPW manages, which will be about half of the project area. The other half is on private land. So they have a great stakeholder group here. We have recommended the full amount of $121,084. I will pause for any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Back to Andrea.
Right, 11S is the San Miguel Watershed Coalition's Wildfire Ready Action Plan. So this is for a wrap in the San Miguel watershed. Tasks will include establishing a stakeholder group, collecting data on values within the watershed, conducting hazard analyses that include hydraulic and hydrologic modeling, fluvial hazard zone mapping, and debris flow mapping. They'll conduct a susceptibility analysis to determine where those hazards intersect the values in the watershed, and then they will also develop project recommendations and mitigation strategies to attenuate hazards and protect values at risk in a post-fire scenario. And staff is recommending full funding of $373,500. I'll pause for questions.
Hey, are there any questions? Okay, hearing none.
All right, 11F is the Watershed Center's Haldi Diversion Enhancement and Fish Passage Implementation Project. So this is for reconstruction of the Haldai intake diversion on Left Hand Creek with the objectives of improving flow, increasing fish habitat connectivity, and reducing impacts of post-wildfire hazards. The current diversion creates a year-round fish barrier, and the proposed structure will modernize that diversion to allow high flow fish passage as well as sediment and debris passage at high flows. And it will also improve maintenance and operational reliability. So these grant dollars will be used to finalize the design, obtain the necessary permits, and then execute the construction of the project. So staff is recommending full funding of $932,288.09. And I'll hand it back over to Steve.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Town of Silverton coming in for the Animas River Corridor project. This is a very large project. We are happy that we were able to give the full recommendation of $998,286. The town of Silverton was awarded $1.72 million from the Natural Resources Damages Fund, the NRD fund. Those funds can only be used for implementation, and they needed some help with implementation as well as some design and engineering. So this grant will be used for both design and construction. The main goals are to restore an iron fin and riparian wetlands on the main stem of the Animas, very close to the town of Silverton, and then do a design for the bifurcation and acetylene wetland of Cement Creek, where it touches the comes into the Animas right in the heart of Silverton. So this is going to be a very large multi-year project, and we were happy that we could help them leverage their big win from the NRD fund. I will pause there for any questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes, please.
Director Combs?
So on this project, Stephen, where we're recommending less than they asked for, what impact is that going to have on them being able to accomplish this? This seems like a pretty important project, you know.
From my understanding, we are recommending the requested amount.
Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I thought they wanted the 1.8. I apologize.
Yeah, no, we originally had talked to them, actually, Director Combs. We were thinking we weren't going to have enough funding to fully recommend. And it was going to be very tricky for them to do that the way that this NRD funding is set up. So we were able to move some things around and make the full funding recommendation work, which is going to be of great benefit to them.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, hearing none.
All right, and the last one, 11V for watershed health and recreation category. We have Trout Unlimited coming in for the Illinois and Willow Creek Restoration Project. This is a design and engineering of two creeks that were identified a high priority through a previous CWCB funded grant for the Upper Gunnison watershed with a geomorphic assessment. And through that initial assessment, Illinois and Willow Creek were identified as high priority areas, and Trout Unlimited is stepping forward to get these design and engineering plans to 60 and 90% with hydrologic modeling and getting designs for process-based restorations in place and shovel ready. They have a great partnership here with the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District, and the U.S. Forest Service and Colorado Parks and Wildlife, all involved in this region. We are recommending the full grant request at $351,106.50. And I will pause for any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Board.
So we'll move on to the next category. Matt Stearns.
Thank you, Director Cloud. Good afternoon, Board. Matt Stearns with the CWCB Finance section, and I'll be presenting on the storage and supply category. I only had 2 recommendations today, and I suppose in honor of our newest board member, both just happen to be from the Arkansas Basin. So the other thing I wanted to touch base on before I started is just want to thank everybody involved in the process, from the water plan grant staff to the review committees and all the other agency partners who provided valuable feedback and insight throughout the process. It's a tremendous group effort with many, many hours put in by each contributor. So I just want to make sure that we thank them as much as possible. All right, so starting, first up is agenda item 11W for the City of Trinidad, the Monument Lake Dam Improvement Project. Monument Lake is owned by the City of Trinidad and is a high altitude 1,500 acre-foot reservoir located up in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains west of Trinidad. Interestingly enough, it's also the location for a resort that the city leases out to an operating company. But the impetus for this project is the city, which is the sole provider of municipal water within the Los Angeles County, is looking to increase the reliability of its water supply system for both its residents and for the communities it serves. It's also looking to potentially improve water quality within the reservoir and to perfect some conditional exchange rights that they own. The effort is a feasibility level analysis for a dam raise, including geotechnical investigations, an update to the dam's potential failure mode analysis, which I think is an important component of this, and development of a conceptual design and design report. All of this could add up to support an enlargement of the existing reservoir by 500 acre-feet. With all of that, staff is recommending full funding of the request for $257,255. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, and so the second and the last recommendation for the grant program today is for agenda item 11X to the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District for the DeWeese Enlargement Feasibility Phase 2. So this is the next step in a multi-phase feasibility study effort to expand DeWeese Reservoir near the town of West Cliff. The 4,000 acre-foot reservoir primarily benefits agricultural interests of the DeWeese Ditch and Reservoir Company and its shareholders, but also by agreement allows the district 150 acre-feet of storage space within the reservoir. The first phase, which was also funded with the water plan grant, was led by the district and focused on water rights, potential partners, and hydrologic modeling to identify what size dam raise was the best option. And they ended up selecting a 4-foot raise for this. The outcome of that first phase was overwhelmingly positive, and so they're now taking the next steps towards the enlargement. The effort is again being led by the district with a focus on geotechnical investigation of the dam and the foundation, gaining an understanding of seepage in and around the dam and whether or not any necessary mitigation requirements are needed, and a structural model to analyze loading scenarios. If these efforts don't identify any red flags for the expansion, which is expected to enlarge the reservoir by up to 1,200 acre-feet, the grant will help develop conceptual design drawings and a cost estimate as the next steps. Another important part is that any enlargement would benefit both the district and the company's shareholders. So with that, staff is recommending the full funding request of $213,296. And again, happy to take any questions. Otherwise, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay.
And I think, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, before we take a vote, I know there was a lot of doom and gloom at the beginning of the board meeting with the drought conditions and snowpack and all of that. And I hope that these projects that are happening around the state provide some hope and some optimism of what we are able to accomplish with the water plan grant funding and the dedication of all the partners from across the state. So everybody really is doing their part, and it is taking everyone. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And so do you have a slide for the recommendations, or are we just gonna go ahead and go to the vote?
I do not have a slide for the
Okay.
recommendation.
All right, thank you. So board, you have heard all of the water plan grant. So what is your pleasure?
This is Director Collins. I'd make a motion to approve staff recommendations for agenda items 11A through X.
Okay,
Director Vasquez, I second that.
thank you. There's a motion by Director Combs, second by Vice Chair Vasquez. Is there any discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and take a 10, oh, Director Wind?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious, I believe last year at some point, you were able to have a discussion about the various buckets and all the great work going into these grants and whether there's an opportunity to at least visit, maybe reallocate or reconsider those percentages. Is that something that will happen over the summer months?
Yes, thank you, Director Wind. It is. So we will be talking about that in May.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we do look at the projects list in terms of the number of projects by category. We look at the number of applications we've gotten and the amount of outreach. So that's what we've done in the past. But yeah, we'll talk about it more in May.
Thank you again, everyone. And to those, the applicants that we didn't get to or were not included in this, keep trying, there's always opportunity in the future. So today is not the end of that discussion. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 2:55. Is that good, everyone? Okay, thank you. We'll be right back. 5. So let's see if my board members are back. Okay. Can we go ahead and start the recording?
Recording in progress.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 12. Turn this over to Section Chief Russell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief, CWCB, reporting in from Denver. The sun is out. Director Combs, I see you had a hat on earlier. It is that time of year. You either got to put sunscreen on that or a hat. So good call. I want to start off the discussion here. Many of you have seen the presentation I do. But I thought Director Ward, I wanted to make sure you connect with the details that I present. This is an each board meeting presentation, and I've actually been surprised some board members say, yeah, I didn't know that's what you were talking about. So it never hurts to maybe go a little bit deeper anyway. What I'm presenting is the two funds, the primary funds for the loan program and the ones that operate CWCB. The construction fund was the old original one. The severance tax perpetual base fund is the second one that I'll show. But this one, the construction fund, is really where most of the activity related to the broader effort of CWCB, as opposed to the severance tax fund, is really focused on loans. And so they're both formatted similar. This has evolved over the 30 some years that we've been presenting these funds to the board. So to lay this out for you, the left side here under projections, the reason it's just a tens decimal place on that is it is a projection. So we just look at it as a little bit bigger estimate. But as an example, you can see that top line, row number 2, I've got 41.7 under projections and 41.67 or 41,671, 130 on the right side. We go down to the dollar over there. And so that's just kind of the difference between those. But that starting number is the same under both. And we utilize the term unreserved cash. And that means this board and any statutes or previous activities have not reserved that money. So when it is that $41,000, 41 million, I'm sorry, top number there, that's what we start our first fiscal year at back July 1st of 2025. And we work from that. And again, that is an unreserved by this board to do something with it. Does not take into account contracting. It is what is unreserved and available for this board to do something with. And so from that point on, we work through the course of the fiscal year. So the next line, the cash in from loan and loan principal and interest, and the treasury interest that we earn in this fund is that next number. And that grows each board meeting, and I update the board how much is coming in. So the current in hand over the course of this fiscal year is about 17 million. We project out about 26 million. Cash in from federal mineral lease comes into the construction fund. And then we've got loan deauthorizations or loans that closed out because they didn't use all their money. Things like that is what is in that next line. And we haven't had a significant amount of that recently, but I like to just have a line item that tracks that. We got one more board meeting before our fiscal year ends. And so you'll see under projections that 1 million that I've got there starts off at about 6 million the first board meeting, and then we whittle it down in an estimate. Unlikely we get a significant amount of deauthorizations at this point. The word reversal means what I was talking about, a loan that we contracted for and they didn't take all the money. So that reverses back into the fund. The next batch of numbers is the board meeting approvals. Those are the total dollar amounts that we approved at those board meetings. And then under the March one, I've got an estimate of 0.9 or $888,000 that we will be presenting out of this fund at this board meeting. I put a little caret next to the May board meeting, that $2 million. I use that number to try to land this at about 10, 11 million, which, as you can see, that bottom line, we need about $11 million to operate, and that's pay staff and keep the lights on at CWCB. The items, rows 16 through 19, the projects bill is where most all of our non-reimbursable investments or projects bill grants come from. And so you can see 16 would be last year's projects bill. We had about $27.1 million in approvals that went through the projects bill. And then you can see our operations run at about 11 million over the course of this year. That's our estimate. We have some refresh items that are in statute, run about 3 million. Then I put in a budget item for the projects bill that is in the drafting phase right now. Deputy Director Moss indicated that we are actually real close to having that introduced. I believe it'll be introduced tomorrow. So we finalized our review of the projects bill draft. So that should be launched here quickly. And then again, those bottom numbers, I try to land this around that 10, $11 million number. And we'll start this over at the July, September board meeting. So if there are no questions, and by the way, this is a informational item, but I'm happy to answer any questions on construction fund. Otherwise, I'm going to jump to severance tax.
So are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none.
All right, the severance tax, the format is very similar. The money that's coming in, the projections that we make for severance tax. I do a lot of times like to highlight row number 4 as it relates to severance tax. I think I've shared with this board numerous times the ability to actually predict how much severance tax is going to come in and the timing of it and things like that. The current projection for severance tax is 21.6 million. That's line number 4. The March projection, they make quarterly projections on this, and the March projection should be out here in a couple days, maybe even as early as tomorrow. But we're still working off that December projection of 21.6. I think I shared with the board at the last meeting that the money stopped flowing in to our account from severance tax receipts back in September of last year. We actually just received a monthly batch from severance tax, a couple $1 million, but I'd like to track those two numbers. You can see we've got about 11.6 million in. We're hoping for 21.6 if it lines up with their projection. So there's still another 8 million that we're hoping to get in the next 4 months. You can see the loans that we've done over the last 4 board meetings and the recommendation for this board meeting. You see the big $150.6 million month of November. That's because we have the Fort Collins $150 million loan in there. And it will look a little different in next year. We actually put that loan down below. Actually, maybe I'll take that back. Maybe we will leave that out. It all depends on whether we put it up in that unreserved space at the top or not. Line number 18 is unique. We're talking about drought, this board meeting. And we do have $1 million. It requires a governor declaration for drought. Maybe that has already happened. And it's utilized to offset the costs for augmentation efforts, primarily in the South Platte area is where it gets used. So we would expect maybe some of that to be utilized this year. The row 19, actually 17 and 19 are similar. 17 is the current transfer to the WSRF fund, that $3 million we did back July 1st of 2025. We chose to not put $3 million into the WSRF out of the severance tax this year, but instead use the reserve fund. We had $9 million in reserve available for years where the severance tax did not flow in. And so that's part of that proposal, not to utilize this money, but utilize the reserve that was established for that purpose. The glaring number at the bottom of this is the negative 106 million. That is by design, and this board has certainly heard me talk about this better utilization of the cash fund that we have available. And the emphasis is we've got 3 very, very large loans that have been approved, have not contracted. don't even have a distribution of funds needed yet established, and those total about $350 million. And so we will constantly pay attention to those relative to these promises that are made. In particular, this $150 million loan to Fort Collins. There is not a determined spending plan where that cash will actually be removed from the account. So we're very confident in where we are, even though that's a negative 100 million at this point. So with that, I'm happy to wrap up and get you guys into talking about these new loans that we've got coming in.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 13, water project loans.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Salen with CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 13A, a water project loan request for the recharge well rehabilitation and construction project from Buffalo Farms Water Development, LLC, located in Logan County. Next slide, please. This project aims to improve the existing recharge project by rehabilitating the existing recharge well, 61642F, and by constructing a new recharge well, well R14. This project will provide Buffalo Farms members with sufficient recharge water to augment their owed depletions under the Logan Well Users Augmentation Plan. Buffalo Farms Water Development is seeking a loan of $233,310 from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund, and the terms for that loan will be 20 years at an interest rate of 2.1%. In reviewing this project and preparing the memo, I've worked with Kevin Vollmer, a member of Buffalo Farms Water Development, as well as Katie Leone of Spronk Water Engineers. Next slide, please. Buffalo Farms Water Development is a organization comprised of 3 farmers. They farm contiguous parcels of farmland near Merino in Logan County. The Buffalo Farms Water Development Recharge Project exists to supply the required augmentation water to replace depletions due to irrigation pumping by the Buffalo Farms Water Development members. The original recharge project that they are seeking to improve and expand on was funded by a CWCB loan in 2005, which provided for the construction of the original recharge well 61642F. The need for this project is driven by the reduced output of that original recharge well, as well as an additional 11 irrigation wells on parcels farmed by Buffalo Farms member Kevin Vollmer, and the approved availability, timing, and cost of pumped augmentation water over stored supply. When originally constructed, recharge well 61642F produced approximately 5,000 gallons per minute. However, that has declined over the last 20 years to approximately 2,000 gallons per minute. The existing well no longer meets the needs of Buffalo Farms to supply their required augmentation water to offset the depletions owed by their members. The original recharge project, funded in 2005, covered depletions owed on 11 wells farmed by the Buffalo Farms members. Over the last 20 years, the area farmed by the members has expanded to cover depletions owed on a total of 26 wells now operated by the members. Additionally, as I mentioned, Kevin Vollmer is farming land using an additional 11 wells, and Buffalo Farms is seeking to cover those owed depletions using the increased capacity that will be available through this project. Finally, due to the timing requirements of supplying recharge water to offset depletions, pumped groundwater offers significant advantages over using stored surface water. Buffalo Farms and the Logan Well Users Augmentation Plan, under which Buffalo Farms operates, rely on the flexibility offered by using pumped groundwater to augment their lagged depletions. Next slide, please. So here we see the project scope, and I want to identify the graph at right that you see is graphing the total irrigation pumping by the Buffalo Farms members, as well as the recharge pumping through this recharge project over the last 20 years. So we can see that there are some years where they do pump more recharge water than they use, but more often than not, and increasingly in recent years, their irrigation pumping exceeds their recharge pumping. So this project will rehabilitate the existing well and install a new well, which will allow them to pump sufficient augmentation water that will meet their required depletions. Both of these wells, the original 61642F and the new planned well R14, are included in the original Logan Well Users Augmentation Plan decree. The existing well will be upgraded with a smaller 2000 GPM pump, and the new well R14 will be installed with a 4000 GPM pump. The project will also install new electrical service to provide power to the pumps, as well as piping to connect the new well to the Buffalo Farms recharge ponds, which were shown on the prior slide. The overall pumping capacity of the Buffalo Farms Water Development Recharge Project will increase by approximately 1,000 gallons per minute. This project will allow the members of Buffalo Farms Water Development and other members of the Logan Well users to continue farming and ranching by ensuring that sufficient augmentation water is available year-round in order to replace their depletions owed due to their irrigation pumping. Next slide, please. So here are the project financials. The total project cost is $256,000. The total loan amount is $233,310, including the 1% service fee. And the terms for this loan will be 20 years at a rate of 2.1%. Our financial ratios indicate that Buffalo Farms is a strong borrower overall. Buffalo Farms has had one prior loan with CWCB, which was approved in 2005 for the original recharge project. That loan was fully repaid ahead of schedule, and we are confident that this borrower understands our requirements. The collateral for this loan will consist of a pledge of revenues and the project itself per policy number 5. And then additionally, the Buffalo Farms members have agreed to a personal guarantee for the loan by each of its members. So that provides some additional security in this instance. Next slide, please. Lastly, here's the staff recommendation for the project as stated on the first page of your board memo. We are recommending the board approve a loan not to exceed $233,310 to Buffalo Farms Water Development LLC for costs related to this recharge well rehabilitation and construction project from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. Term will be 20 years at an interest rate of 2.1%, and the security will be in compliance with CWCB Financial Policy number 5. If this board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We also have Kevin Vollmer, who is a member of Buffalo Farms Water Development LLC, and Katie Leone of Sprunk Water Engineers present to voice their support for this project, their appreciation for the funding opportunities the board provides, and to help answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Director Vasquez?
Yeah, personal guarantees certainly add to the certainty, but they're not particularly common. And I'm curious whether this is something they offered in advance or whether CWCB requested it.
So my understanding is that the personal guarantee was included in the prior loan that was provided in 2005. And so we requested it in this instance again, and the Buffalo Farms members were amenable to that.
Thank you, Zach.
Director Ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these are technical questions just on how this works. So is a recharge well that pumps water into the aquifer?
So the recharge well pumps water from the ground into the recharge ponds, which then provide the depletions at the time and place where they are needed.
Okay,
and I,
yeah, that helps with that. And then
Katie, did you have anything to add to that?
and then
I think you're muted.
I'm sorry about that. Apologies. So a recharge well typically pumps when it's in priority in the wintertime, and it places the water into a pond that then seeps back into the ground and then accrues back to the river at the time when the irrigation depletions are hitting.
Okay, thank you. And then as a follow-up, so the original well, how long ago was that put into production? Roughly.
I believe the grant or the loan was for 2005, and it was about that time frame right after.
Okay, and is it typical for it sounded like that well used to produce 5,000 GPM and is now down to 2,000? Is that driven by a declining aquifer, or is that the screening clogging up, or do you kind of know what the cause of that reduced flow is?
The cause of the reduced flow is mainly the well construction itself. My understanding is that the well drillers in the South Platte Basin, in the lower part of the South Platte Basin, have changed the screening and casing materials that were problematic with some of the earlier wells drilled in the earlier 2000s. They're now using stainless steel to alleviate those problems. So it was not a declining aquifer, but rather a well construction issue.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, if there's no questions, you have the staff recommendation before you. What is your pleasure, board?
Madam Chair, Director Wind, I'd recommend moving forward with this loan per staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Director Nguyen. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Ward. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you
Thank you.
and congratulations.
All right. This next agenda item is number 13B. This is again a water project loan request for the Hayden Lake Outlet Pipeline Rehabilitation. This is coming to you from the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company located in Boulder County. And right here we can see a view looking along the crest of the dam. The dam outlet works are at right. And on the left side of the image, we can see the mobile home community that directly abuts the dam. Next slide, please. So this project is to rehabilitate the outlet pipeline for Hayden Lake. It will do so by replacing degraded and damaged sections of the existing pipeline. This project will, I think, importantly address issues identified during a routine test of the dam's outlet works by the State Engineer's Office Dam Safety Branch. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the presentation. The Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company is seeking a loan of $896,880 from the construction fund, and the terms for that loan will be 30 years at an interest rate of 3.30%. In reviewing this project and preparing the memo, I've worked with Ron Bernal, the Vice President of the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company, as well as Nelson Phelps and Will Teisinger of Schnabel Engineering. Next slide, please. So Hayden Lake Dam is located just west of Boulder Municipal Airport. It was constructed in 1905, and due to the surrounding uses, including a mobile home community sited immediately downstream of the dam, Hayden Lake is classified as a high hazard dam by the State Engineer's Office. Hayden Lake is filled by Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company's diversion off of Boulder Creek near downtown Boulder. As the name suggests, the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company was originally formed to provide irrigation water to agricultural interests. However, the current share ownership is split. Approximately 49% of the shares are held by agricultural shareholders, and then the City of Boulder, Open Space and Mountain Parks, County of Boulder, and some other high-income municipal shareholders own approximately 51% of the company shares. So on this slide, we can see the line in blue is the outlet pipeline that we are that the company is proposing to rehabilitate. You can see the alignment there, kind of cutting directly through that mobile home community. And I want to highlight a couple of the inset pictures here. The first one at the bottom shows a large amount of root intrusion in a section of reinforced concrete pipe. And then the image at top shows effectively what I'm going to call an improvised stormwater inlet that was cut into the pipe by third parties. It's not the best engineering I've ever seen, and that's resulted in effectively a sinkhole surrounding that section of pipe. And if you look really closely into that section of CMP, you can see it's choked off with debris, rocks, cobbles, etc. So the need for this project, I think, is really high, and that need relates to some inspections by the state engineer's office back in December 2022. They were doing a routine test of the outlet works, and then they observed some of that water released from the outlet was surfacing in downstream areas along this outlet pipeline, including in a roadway and a residential driveway. So subsequent investigation identified degradation of the outlet pipeline. The corrugated metal piping sections have almost all, rusted out and degraded. There's, I think, no bottom section of the pipe in several areas. And then there's that root intrusion in several sections of the reinforced concrete pipe. So the goal here is to rehabilitate this pipeline such that the Hayden Lake Dam can discharge safely up to 20 cubic feet per second, which is required for an emergency drawdown compliance under Rule 7.8.2 of the Rules and Regulations for Dam Safety and Dam Construction. Next slide, please. So the proposed project scope is shown on this slide. You can see here the planned alignment for the rehabilitated pipeline, some of the sections where they will replace portions of that reinforced concrete pipe and replace the CMP with new RCP. You can also see a few locations where they are planning to add additional manholes along the pipeline, which will improve their ability to access and maintain the pipeline. This will also include backfilling the sinkhole. And I think, importantly, as demonstrated by the presence of the sinkhole, they will add a new stormwater inlet somewhat upstream of that sinkhole to manage inflows from the mobile home community. The project will also remove some vegetation and trees that have impeded their maintenance and observation of that outlet pipeline. And something that I think is really significant and came from our engagement with this project is they will be able to keep the rehabilitated pipeline along the majority of its current alignment. And they will not have to pursue a much costlier alternative to kind of dogleg the pipeline out of the mobile home community and along the public right-of-way along Airport Road. The project design is complete, and the company plans to proceed with implementing the project's scope of work following the 2026 irrigation season. The construction work for the project is expected to be complete by the spring of 2027, in time for the start of that next irrigation season. Next slide, please. So here are the project financials. The total project cost is $888,000, and our total loan amount is $896,880, including the 1% service fee. The loan terms will be 30 years at 3.30%. Our financial ratios do indicate that the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company is a weak borrower overall. Is a weak borrower overall. The company has one existing loan with CWCB, which was for rehabilitation of the Tracy lateral at the Weederquist Y. That loan is currently in good standing. I did want to talk a little bit about the financial picture for Boulder Left Hand, because they do appear to be a weak borrower on paper. I think that they have invested significantly in scoping this project and identifying the steps forward. Something I've seen that has given me a lot of confidence is in the last year, they have raised their assessments significantly, both in anticipation of repaying this loan, but also in order to kind of build back up their cash on hand and to give themselves, a war chest to deal with maintenance, and any other problems that, could require their attention, both on the ditch, and at Hayden Lake. So I was really encouraged to have those conversations with them and to understand that, I think they see that their financial picture overall looks weak, and they're taking some proactive steps to get ahead of that, both in the present and for the future as they work to repay this loan. The collateral for this loan will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant. And then we will also take the Hayden Lake storage rights and the direct flow rights, which are wholly owned by the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company. Next slide, please. Finally, here's the staff recommendation for the project as stated on the first page of your board memo. The staff recommends the board approve a loan not to exceed $896,880 to the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company for costs related to the Hayden Lake Outlet Pipeline rehabilitation coming from the construction fund. The loan term will be 30 years at an interest rate of 3.30%, and the security for the loan shall be in compliance with CWCB policy number 5. If this board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I also have Ron Bernal, the vice president for the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company, and I believe Will Tysinger from Schnabel Engineering. And they're available to answer your questions as well.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Director Camlin.
Yeah, Zach, could you go back a slide, please? So on the collateral, could you explain to me there's a pledge of assessment revenues backed by an assessment covenant. Could you explain that to me?
Sure. So they are pledging to use the revenues that they gain from their share assessments, and the Boulder Left Hand Irrigation Company has specifically earmarked a special assessment to help repay for this loan. So the funds from that are what they are pledging, and they will basically create a covenant. They will contractually pledge those revenues towards us for repayment of the loan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, okay, board, you have the staff recommendation before you. What would you like to do?
Madam Chair, this is Brad Wind. I'd recommend moving forward with staff's recommendation on the loan to the Boulder and Left Hand Irrigation Company.
Thank you, Director Nguyen. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. Johnson.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. You have a motion made and seconded. All those in favor for say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also, congratulations.
Hey folks, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff with the finance section. This is agenda item 13C, water project loan request for the rehabilitation of Stillwater Dam for the Bear River Reservoir Company in Garfield County within the Yampa White Green Basin. Next slide, please. The Bear River Reservoir Company owns and operates Stillwater Reservoir to irrigate approximately 4,500 acres of farmland. The company is seeking approval for a loan to rehabilitate Stillwater Dam in the amount of $202,000. The terms are 30 years at a 1.85% interest rate. My contact in preparing the board memo and presentation was Andy Schaffner, company stockholder. Next slide, please. The Stillwater Reservoir is located about 16 miles from Yampa, Colorado, at the headwaters of the Bear River. Constructed in 1940, the reservoir has a capacity of 6,088 acre feet. In June of 2019, the Colorado Dam Safety determined that the dam was unsafe for full storage due to continued cracking and leakage into and around the conduit, the outlet conduit, and uncertainty associated with seepage through both abutments. This originally led to storage restriction by the SEO, or State Engineer's Office, to a gauge height of 39 feet. But in 2020, the restriction was amended to 45 feet after the comprehensive dam safety evaluation was performed and ultimately reduced the storage capacity of the reservoir from 6,088 acre feet down to 4,146 acre feet, or reducing capacity by 1,942 acre feet, or roughly 32%. In 2021, a study identified 4 areas of seepage, but cost estimates indicated it would cost over $5 million to mitigate all 4 areas of concern. Instead, the company is pursuing a project that would control seepage in 2 areas around the outlet conduit, and at the left abutment. This project would not likely reduce seepage, but control it in both areas so that dam material is not eroded, thus satisfying dam safety concerns and lifting the storage restriction. The company does plan to pursue seepage mitigation at a later time when more funding can be secured. Additionally, the company is including canal stabilization in the project to address dam safety concerns about potential for downstream obstructions. Construction is expected to occur this summer. Next slide, please. Here we have illustrations showing the seepage pathways along the outlet conduit on the right and the left abutment on the left. Something I have to remember every about 2 months is that the left and right with regard to a dam are based on the observer looking downstream, just to help you orientate yourself a little bit. Next slide, please. Here we have images of the left abutment. You can see how porous the material is. One potential future seepage mitigation after this project would be to clean up the area and cover it with shotcrete, also known as a spray concrete. Next slide, please. Here is just an image of the downstream channel of the dam, but also in this picture is the commissioner for the downriver, for the Bear River at the time. I actually had opportunity to spend a day with her for a different project a few years back, installing telemetry. And actually at one of the stops, she honked the horn as we were getting out and continued walking down. I asked her why she did that. And some of you may know, but she told me there's moose in the area and that we just didn't want to kind of surprise them and sneak up on them. I think there was about 18 stops after that, and I wanted to make sure that we had honked the horn at every single stop. Next slide, please. Here are the project financials. The project cost is estimated about $692,000, of which the loan will cover $200,000. The rest is being covered by several grants, including 2 WRSRFs for different parts of this project. The blended interest rate for the borrower would be 2.35% under normal circumstances, but because the reservoir is under a storage restriction, we reduced the rate by 0.5%, resulting in 1.85%. Financial ratios indicate the company is a typical borrower, and security for this loan is a pledge of the revenues and the project itself. Next slide, please. Lastly, here is the staff recommendation as it stated on the front page of your board memo. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I do believe Andy Schaffner is on as well.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. So board, do you have the staff recommendation before you? What would you like to do?
I so move that we move forward with the project.
Thank you, Director Camblin. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Oh, okay, thanks to Director Vasquez. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And congratulations to our program.
Thank you all. Okay, again, Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff with the finance section. This is agenda item 13D, water project loan request for the Santa Maria Dam outlet works rehabilitation for the Santa Maria Reservoir Company in Mineral County within the Rio Grande Basin. Next slide, please. The Santa Maria Reservoir Company owns and operates two reservoirs, Continental Reservoir and Santa Maria Reservoir. The company is seeking the approval for a loan in the amount of $5,050,000 to reconstruct and rehabilitate Santa Maria Dam outlet works. The terms are 30 years at a 2.35% interest rate. My contact in preparing the board memo and presentation was Jay Yeager, superintendent for the company. Next slide, please. All right. The company services over 125,000 acres of farmland within the Rio Grande Basin, split between the Rio Grande Canal and the Monte Vista Canal. Santa Maria Reservoir was constructed in 1914 and holds about 44,000 acre-feet of water. To release water from the reservoir, there are 3 valves housed in a chamber beneath the dam that are accessed via a 100-foot shaft. The valves have been repaired and retrofitted several times over the past 100 years, but they are now past their serviceable life. The center 36-inch valve is stuck in a closed position, and one of the 48-inch valves is unable to fully close. Initially, the project began as a simple replacement of the valves at the current location. However, because of the safety concerns of working within the confined valve chamber only accessible via a shaft at the bottom of the dam, or a shaft at the top of the dam, the parties involved, which included Colorado Dam Safety, agreed that the valves should be moved downstream toward the tunnel exit and placed in an easily accessible valve house. Construction for this project is also expected to occur this summer. Next slide, please. Here you can see the schematics of the valve chamber and the outlet tunnel as they are today. Top one is just basically the valve chamber at the the left end along the tunnel you can see, and then at the far end is the far right end is the outlet or the end of the tunnel. The bottom one, back up one, there we go. The bottom image is a much closer view of the valve chamber itself. In the left part of the bottom image, you can actually see the tunnel kind of coming into the valve chamber. And then the cross-sectional view, you can see how they are separated, the inlet and outlet, as well as the chamber itself, where the valves move up into. Next slide, please. Here are images of the valves in the outlet tunnel. The top left are all 3 valves within the tunnel looking downstream. The top middle is the leaking 48-inch valve. Far to the right is the frozen 36-inch valve looking from the valve chamber. And the bottom 2 images are the tunnel exit looking up and downstream where the new valve house will be placed. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to give you guys a nice image of the access shaft that they've had to use for the past 112 years to get down into the actual valve chamber. Hence why they would like to move this downstream to a much more easily accessible. That is not my foot at the bottom corner. That was someone else who was braver to get to the edge. Next slide, please. Here are the project financials. The project cost is estimated at $5 million, covered wholly by our loan. The interest rate for the borrower is 2.35%. Financial ratios indicate that the company is a strong borrower. And security for this loan will be a pledge of revenues and the project itself. Next slide, please. Lastly, here's a staff recommendation as it's stated on the front page of your board memo. Also, Jay Yeager, the company superintendent, might be on the call to answer questions, but I know he's also dealing with an emergency at the moment. So if not, I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Okay, are there any questions? Director Vasquez.
Yeah, I have a question that won't influence yay or nay, but I'm curious, you can't buy a car today or a house or even furniture without a down payment. And so these loans come without a requirement for match or contribution from the borrower. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do a fairly thorough analysis of their financials for the past several years so that we feel comfortable with proceeding with the loan.
They're very favorable terms, and this is for a later conversation, but I'm just wondering whether in the future it might be a policy consideration to require some in-kind.
I see. Happy to engage in that. I know that would certainly fall within Kirk's purview more than mine.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none. So, board, you have the staff recommendation before you. What would you like to do?
Madam Chair, this is Director Combs. I'd just make a comment on how important this reservoir is to the valley, being a pre-compact reservoir and the capacity it has, not to mention their participation with all of our groundwater and sub-district issues. So I would move for staff recommendation on agenda item 13D.
Thank you, Director Combs. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that. This is Director
Thank you.
Campbell.
Thank you, Director Camblin. Motion made in second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. Motion passes. And congratulations to everyone who has gotten their loans passed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now to the most exciting part. Director's reports. And so we won't have a report from the Gunnison Basin. So we'll move right into Director Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair Cloud. I have no slides, and I really have nothing to add to the slides that you've seen regarding drought. And since drought and very low snowpack, the fact that Friday we can expect temperatures at 8,300 feet to be almost 70 degrees, I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto to that. Thank you, Director Vasquez. Similar thoughts in my mind. I don't have a lot to add concerning times. I feel like those that live in parts of the world that are waiting for a tsunami to hit shore. I feel like that's kind of the place many of us are in. So I appreciate all who are giving that a lot of thought about how we get through a pretty tough summer or anticipated tough summer. Just a couple brief things. I want to continue to express my appreciation on behalf of many on the rich conversations that I understand going on at the IBCC level. I think in many ways those conversations are reinvigorating, at least here in the South Platte, the roundtable to allow to focus on low and no regret strategies. And I think it's a lot of good, important things getting discussed. I did attend the Perkins core meeting along with a lot of other folks, including a good suite of staff members from the state, and certainly appreciate their involvement there. And I went to the Julesburg meeting last Tuesday, I think it might have been. It was mentioned earlier in the meeting. A good showing there by both Coloradans and Nebraskans. I think they were looking for more dialogue from the Corps. That the Corps did a great job of just really reinstilling into folks that they were there to solicit perspectives on the project, the good, bad, and the ugly, and certainly gave folks a lot of avenues in which to provide comment as that project moves forward. That's all I had to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The pressure's on now, my very first basin report, so hopefully I don't mess this up. First thing I wanted to talk about was just our irrigation season in the Arkansas Valley just kicked off. So most of the irrigation ditches in the valley start irrigating on March 15th. It's related to a decree for what's called the Winter Water Storage Program. So during the winter time, several different reservoirs collect water, and it's then split out among all the major ditch companies based on percentages. And then when that program ends on March 15th, the ditches stop storing and begin taking direct flow water. So we're on our way. Some years the irrigators aren't real excited about the start because we're still in winter time, but it's beautiful weather for irrigating down here. So you know, unseasonably warm, which has its problems, but it makes it easier to irrigate. Also wanted to let you know, some of you may have seen some stories about this, but one of our towns here in the Arkansas Valley is really struggling with their water system. Walsenburg, which is located south of Pueblo on I-25, they had a major main break in their system and lost pressure. Those of you who are in the municipal water business, you know, losing pressure is a bad day. That pressure is what keeps contaminants from getting into your system. And so when you lose pressure, you have to tell all of your customers that they have to boil their water. They've struggled to get the system repressurized. They've been getting help from others, including, my understanding is Denver Water sent some folks down there. So I want to express my appreciation to Director Johnson and his folks at Denver Water for helping out with that situation. But they're working hard to get water pressure back up in that system. The other thing that I'll do, and I'm really risking it here, I'm going to try to share my screen and look at a graph with everyone if I can find the right one. And I'm not having any luck finding the right one, so let's see here. I think I'm going to pass on that. I have too many windows open, so it's hard for me to find the one that I wanted. But the NRCS issues a water supply forecast, and I think that may have been mentioned by Emily earlier in the meeting. But each month they put out a forecast for stream flows at different points on different rivers. And I was kind of surprised to see, at least for the Arkansas Basin, even though our snowpack is at a record low, a lot of the stream flow forecasts are predicted to be better than, say, 2002 or 1977 or some of those really bad years that we've had before. I'm probably not as optimistic as they are, but I hope they end up being correct and we don't end up with our worst drought we've ever had. That's all I've got.
Thank you. We'll move on to Director Johnson.
Great. Hello, all. I'm going to try to share my screen here. So let me know if you can see this. And presentation mode. Is that in presentation mode? It's not yet.
Nothing yet.
Still thinking.
Okay. Try something else.
We have a black screen showing that you're trying, Greg.
I am trying, so just
There
give me
it comes. Yeah.
There you go.
to
But you're not in slideshow mode.
I don't know if this is, I'm not used to Zoom. We use Microsoft Teams.
Appreciate your perseverance. I just get.
Yeah, well, and I'm happy to ditch this. It's basically more doom and gloom, which I can just chat through, or I can just show you this way. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see
Yeah.
it.
All right, I'll
Yeah,
just go with this for the time being. So I promise to keep this brief. So you've seen a lot of this today. This is specifically in our collection area. Not quite as awful as it could be. In other words, not the worst in Colorado River watershed in our collection system. Absolutely the worst in the South Platte River. This has gone back and forth, as you all know, over the last few months. Just to set the stage, we are hurting this year, as is everyone else. I think you've already seen the same graphic today. All this to say, we're losing hope quickly for things to bounce back this month. This is a little more detail on our storage supply reservoir forecast. So we do our best, of course, always to forecast where our storage is going to be this year with regard to drought restrictions, which I'm going to get into more in just a minute here. We are trying to predict what the customer behavior will be to drought restrictions moving forward. Not a perfect science. This is something that we have a lot of data on, but frankly, the landscape has changed quite a bit over the last 10, 20 years, since the drought of 2002, 2003. So, we have all the levers that we can pull, but then, just have to kind of hope for the best, both on the supply and the demand side of the equation. So a lot of this comes from a presentation we gave recently to our distributor forum. So I won't go into a lot of detail on this, just a couple new things to note. One, I would say that we have had a slight demand increase that we've seen already, and this is actually for a handful of reasons. But of course, anecdotally, just driving through the neighborhoods in town, people are, if not turning on their sprinklers, they are at least starting to water. This is something that we are trying to message very heavily right now, is to not turn on sprinklers until hopefully at least mid-May. Again, for a number of reasons, it's still going to freeze, hopefully, at night. But also, it's the grass is frankly not ready for that. We are still getting those colder temperatures. Just trying to hold off on that big increase in demand. At the same time, we are very heavily messaging that we do want folks to take care of the urban tree canopy. So to water trees and shrubs, be as active as you can just to keep those important species alive. And then we are, of course, always monitoring very closely what other water providers are doing. So notably, I think it was earlier this week, maybe late last week, City of Thornton went on their official stage 1 drought restrictions. We've been talking to Aurora very closely. They're working on it, not quite there yet. Number of other cities, water providers around the metro area. So a lot going on, as you can imagine, with this front, which gets into our ongoing communications. So we've been hitting this very hard, of course, with our board the last 2-3 months, and then of course with the public as well. So a number of different channels, as I messaged earlier, just trying to really get that word out that it's going to be a rough year. Stay tuned and really try to be as responsible as possible with your water use. So that leads me to the fact that we are about to declare stage 1 drought restrictions. You had to be really careful. Didn't want to get out ahead of our board. This will happen next week, so on the 25th, next Wednesday. But our board has given us, the green light to start getting this word out there. And we will be skipping what we call our drought watch, which is essentially a very strongly advised voluntary recommendation, and going straight to our stage 1, which is essentially a mandatory 2-day-a-week watering program. And then we have not yet started messaging the details of that, which get a little more complicated based on address, single family, multifamily, things like that. But that will be effective starting, that day of the board meeting next week on March 25th. And then moving forward, unless the, unforeseen hydrologic pattern changes, for the next year. So again, there will be a lot more messaging coming out around that, but just wanted to kind of put this out initially at this point. Kind of along with that, I will say that we are actually today going into a Shoshone relaxation operation. And this is something that we have not taken lightly. We've only done this twice in the past. So of course, 2002, 2003, we did as well briefly in 2012, 2013. But we have met that criteria. This is something we've been monitoring very closely as well. We made that decision on Monday, notified Excel, working with DWR, of course, as part of the process. Have also spoken with Andy, a manager at River District. Had that conversation, just how we can work together moving forward. There are some benefits to Excel, to the West Slope, but as part of that reduction, some of that water that's held back and then can be released later. Fairly complicated agreement that I won't get into the details on, but just wanted to let you all know that that is happening literally as we speak. Another thing as we speak also are the ASO flights. So the Airborne Snow Measurement Program, actually up in the air, I think right now, around Windy Gap, and then doing the Upper Blue. Well, Windy Gap, Fraser today, and then I think Upper Blue on Friday. So we will see, we always try to schedule that around peak snowpack. I think we, have hit peak snowpack. We talked about that a little bit today, but it'll be interesting to see those numbers when they come in. And then finally, I wanted to end on a somewhat happier note. This was an article that actually came out last night. It was part of the 10 o'clock news for Denver 7 ABC, highlighting both water plan grants generally and the tax revenue from sports betting, and then specifically using the Jefferson Conservation District project that we have partnered on. This is the one that was approved last year. It's called the North Fork Sediment Stabilization Project, so just immediately upstream of Strontia Springs Reservoir. There was a companion project that we approved just an hour or two ago that deals with the smaller structures. This is a kind of a bigger project, kind of in the river, putting in these stabilization structures and whatnot. That is Sarah Hodson, who I work with directly, who is wonderful, who did the interview. I'm sparing you the 3 minutes that to actually play this, but it's pretty good. If you look it up, I can drop it in the chat. But a great summary, not only of that project, how it's helping with water quality issues, helping with municipal water supply. About 80% of our water supply goes through Strontia Springs. A significant portion of Aurora's does as well. So a lot going on with that project. I'm actually going out there first thing tomorrow to do a tour, but wanted to try and end this on a good note. And again, I can pass along the link to the article if y'all are curious. And I think that's all I've got.
Thank you. Okay, Director Combs.
Yeah, thank you. So I was just gonna, like I said, we've seen enough charts and enough lines dropping below the red. In the Rio Grande Basin, the majority of our water administration is because of our compact, right? Just like most other basins. Particular to the Rio Grande is we owe a percentage of what we forecast water is gonna come out of our snowpack. If we have more snow, obviously we would owe more snow to owe more water to New Mexico. If we have less snow, we owe less water. On a year like this, we typically start our irrigation season April 1st, but because of the dry conditions and the fact that it looks like we've already paid New Mexico about all we owe them, we started 2 weeks earlier on our irrigation. Like Director Ward, we started Monday on a lot of our systems here in the Rio Grande Basin. And a lot of it is interesting because like Director Vasquez talked about temperature, we're forecast to hit 80 degrees by the end of this week, which is significantly higher than average. Plateau Reservoir, which I manage, it sits at 10,000 feet of elevation. Normally, we don't start a melt out up there until about the middle of April. So our inflows are typically around 10 CFS of inflows, just starting to break things along. This morning they were at 40 because of the temperature and the, just what's happening. So we also had to move, like Director Johnson, we moved our ASO flight up about 2.5 weeks. We usually fly the end of March, first week of April to get our peak snowpack, and we did that Monday as well. to try to, hopefully there's some snow for them to measure when they did it. But the good news is when we look at what's happening with the forecast of rain and potential monsoons, that will help us keep the cattle in the mountains, right? And so that should help us there as far as not having to bring those cattle home early and put them on the farm ground where we don't have enough pasture. So I think there's a positive there. One thing I was going to talk about is at our last meeting, we all had dinner one night, and Director Hawes recommended a book to me called The Water Knife. It's a quasi-apocalyptic look at the Colorado River and how society sees the river. That was the worst book to read before this forecast. Can I just say?
Sorry.
You talk about feeling like it's all going to pot, man. I can see cities burning and people running around fighting for water, but I did make a commitment to her before she went to New Zealand. I do a lot of windshield time, and I love books. So last year I set a goal to do a book a week, and I ended up beating that. Last year I ended up with 74 books done, and a lot of that it's all Audible books. So she asked me for a recommendation of some of the best books, and so over the years, here we go. There's one, and now these are the books that will change your life and your thinking, right? I'm not going to tell you better or worse, but they absolutely are going to influence how your mind works. And one of them is Malcolm Gladwell. I'm sure you've all heard of him. He's popular. His book Blink, when he talks about the 10,000 hour rule and some of the ways your mind and subconscious process. And I think in the water world, it's interesting. Sometimes we defer giving answers because we don't have all the statistics and the facts in front of us. But it's interesting to think how some of those rules in the subconscious of your mind works, and you can actually become very adapted just because of the world we exist in. Another book this one is one that's it's a fun book. It teaches, you got to suspend your belief a little bit, but it teaches some solid principles of success. And it's Andy Andrews' book. It's called The Traveler's Gift. And it takes some very important people out of history and teaches some lessons of their character that influence successful leadership. The last one that will always probably be in my top 3 books is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. And if you've ever read that book, and it talks about, just a short preview, Viktor Frankl was a psychologist that went to a concentration camp in World War II. And the things he learned about what makes us us and not instinctual beings is amazing. And when we're in situations like we're in right now with, I'm not going to spoil it all for you, but Viktor Frankl's point is man exists in that instant between stimulus and response. And how you live in that gap is what makes you who you are, whether you react or you act. And so we look at all of these scenarios we're in, we look at all these droughts, we look at all these lines that are diving. The thing that's going to separate us from the ones that throw their hands in the air and act like their hair is on fire is going to be the decisions we make. Are we going to continue to plan? Are we going to continue to look forward? Are we going to be objective to what's actually happening, but still remain positive that there's always a way to continue to succeed? And I hope that's what we all get from it. So the positive note I'm leaving you is my, I guess the CWCB Book Club top 3 recommendations from the Rio Grande Basin. And with that, that's all I've got.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to Director Camblin.
Nathan, that was great. We'll have to keep that up. I got a few books I'll have to recommend to you here one of these days. I'll keep this short because it has been kind of doom and gloom with the, the drought and all the graphs that are on screen. Just on a note here in my country, we're doing the same thing. Typically, I think the earliest I've ever seen the water come on here is April 15th, and I think we're gearing up to have the water in the ditch by probably April 1st or sooner. Typically it goes on the 25th of April. So we're well above a month ahead of schedule. Everyone's got a few people concerned. I think one of my biggest concern about this drought is, in the cattle world, retained ownership on their heifer calves is a really good indication where the cattle market's going to be in the next year or two. And the cattle industry has not retained their heifers for the last 2 to 3 years, and with these droughts coming in and the big fire in Nebraska and so forth, I don't see us retaining any more heifers, just because, one, there's no grass, and two, the prices and so forth it's easier to sell them than it is to hang on to them. And so it concerns me what this drought can do to the cattle industry in the future. And on to other stuff. I think the other thing that I wanted to touch base on is the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtables. We're trying to get our bylaws looked at and doing some changes there. Mostly some of our members, our board members or whatever, our criteria wasn't, we had a pretty good idea what they needed to be, one of them being the environmental seat and so forth. But if you get into the weeds on that or whatever it is, what is a conservation group? Is it an NGO, or can you use a conservation district? And so we're just trying to figure all that out so that we don't have any future gray areas in that. And then I think one of the other things that came up is our ICBC director. One of them was we had elected was actually outside the Colorado one, and so we're putting sideboards in place in that, along with CWCB, to make sure that we're running in the right direction there. Other than that, I think that's about it. It kind of blows me away that it's mid-March and I need air conditioning in my office already. It's usually I've got the doors shut and windows shut, but today it's a little hot in here. So with that said, I'm gonna let the next director cause chaos.
Thank you. That would be Director Hawes.
Such high expectations. Thank you, Anna, for getting those up. Before I jump into my presentation, I did want to note, I don't know if anybody else had this experience, but about 1:30, I needed high chews. So I'm just used to being at a CWCB meeting and having candy in the afternoon. So I had to go searching through my pack to find high chews that I had stashed there. And luckily I had some. So thank you, Viola, for sticking with us. I first wanted to welcome Alan, Director Ward. Congratulations and thanks for joining the fray with us. And also congratulate Chairwoman Cloud and Director Coombs for their reappointment. And I wanted to congratulate Greg for being Greg #1 now. So you have moved up in the rankings. So when I told people last week that our last board meeting that I was going to be in New Zealand, I said I would do some kind of presentation from New Zealand. So I'm going to split my time into a little bit on New Zealand, but trying to make it relevant to what we struggle with here, because there's everywhere in the world, we're all dealing with these extreme weather events and also different ways of engaging, different relationships with water. And then I'll use my last bit of time for some concerns and some announcements that I'm hearing from the basin. So next slide, please. Okay. Oh, excellent. So the first thing I wanted to mention was just the relationship in New Zealand. So again, I was in New Zealand for 5 weeks, 2.5 weeks on the North Island, 2.5 weeks on the South Island. But one of the things that really struck me was the relationship to water that the Maori have, and the Maori are the Polynesian indigenous community in New Zealand. And so they have parks all over the country. They're called Department of Conservation parks. They're And they have lots of great signage, and every single one that we went to that had any relationship to water always made the connection back to the Maori and their kind of story about water. This was a sign from some sacred springs that are on the South Island, kind of the north side of the South Island. And I just really, as water people, I couldn't help myself but take some pictures of some of the sentiment, you know, that life cannot survive without water. And interestingly, the Maori word for water is wai, W-I-A, and it's in everything. It's like so many different names of things have wai in it because water is just so embedded. And every story has this connection to water. And so I just thought I'd give a little bit of sense of that. Next slide, please. And these are the sacred springs. They go, I don't have a pointer, but like this is just like the foreground, and they go all the way back to where that hill starts to rise. And they're the clearest waters. I think they're some of the clearest waters in the world. And you can really see the life in these springs. And it was just a really dramatic spring, and there was lots of people coming to see these springs and just recognizing the importance of the springs to the iwi. So you hear the word Kiwi. Well, iwi is what they call tribes in Maori. Next slide, please. So this, you might think, looks like the Yampa River. Actually, this is when I saw it, I thought it looked like the Yampa or the Gunnison, but it's the Wanganui River, which is the first river in the world to achieve personhood. And that was in 2017. New Zealand granted the Wanganui personhood. It's a 180-mile river that's kind of goes through the southern part of the North Island. And it is the Wanganui. There's an iwi that also takes the same name. And they have been trying to get personhood status for the Wanganui for 180 years. So in 2017, the kind of legal challenges concluded, and they granted the river personhood status. The relationship to what I think were to the Colorado River and maybe some of our rivers in the United States is the Colorado River Indian tribes in the southern part of the U.S. have just passed a resolution in November of 2025 to grant personhood status to the Colorado River as under tribal law. And so I think there's probably a continued evolution and movement around this of just recognizing that these rivers have our life and they're connected, and probably similar to many other tribes around the world, the Maori believe that their ancestors live on in these resources, in these landscapes, and so it is their responsibility to protect them. And so now the Wanganui can actually sue, can hold contracts, can do lots of things that we think of with personhood. So just thought that was, since we were there, we got to see it. But I also was struck at how much it looks like some of our Western rivers. Next slide, please. So the next thing I just wanted to touch on was climate change. And this is going to be a series of slides that build on each other so you can see kind of what the point here. New Zealand is seeing, like all over the world, we're seeing this incredible heat. And this is a picture of the Franz Josef Glacier. So this is the interpretive sign. And these dates are like 1907, 1930, 1950. The last slide on the end is 2010. And the little inset up there says, oh, what will the glacier look like in 2100? And they predicted, a proportional recede, what the word I'm looking for, recede, that it would recede by kind of a proportional amount by 2100. Next slide, please. So you can't see it yet. So then this is a slide of, on the left, you can see the glacier in the back. You can see how far it's receded. And then in the picture on the right, which was the sign was clearly put up in about 2010, it speculated how far the glacier might recede. The glacier had receded far above 2100, the 2100 benchmark that they were predicting in 2025 or 2026. So the lower red line is where they were predicting the glacier to recede, and the top line is where it actually is. So it's like just mind-blowing how fast these glaciers are receding. And of course, they're very concerned about what does all that mean? And New Zealand has a lot of glaciers, and they're seeing them all recede at this dramatic rate. Next slide, please. So anyway, just to give you a close-up in case you were curious to see how far it had really receded. And in 2010, just again to give you a point of reference, the glacier was at the bottom of this. It was actually, like at the bottom of the slide. So it's really a dramatic recession. I don't know if that's the right word, recession, but anyway, next slide, please. So the other thing I just wanted to touch on was climate change driven extreme weather events. New Zealand is seeing 5 more extreme heat events than they expected under climate change. So they were already predicting we're going to see all these extreme weather events or extreme heat events, and they're seeing 5 times more than they expected even 10 years ago. So just again, I think it goes to this point that our ability to predict is not very accurate. And so we have to keep pushing ourselves to plan for more variability and more extreme events, because I just don't think as a global community we're able to even imagine. And I think that's our challenge as leaders, is to really help ourselves think through this and plan for it. Extreme flood events are increasing also in New Zealand. They have had just an increasing number of weather-related state of emergency days. And days are the same as events. So you could have multiple days on the same day. So you could have multiple events on the islands. So in between 2004 and 2014, they had an average of 13.4 emergency days, state of emergency days, an average of 55.9 days, but I lost a piece of my slide there, between 2015 and 2019. In 2023, they had 91 days. And this year, when we were there, they had 70 from January 1st to February 20th. So they were seeing massive amounts of flooding. And the picture here is of the Buller River. And if you can look down in the bottom corner, you can see the actual river. It's a gorge. You can see their flooding, and my husband volunteered to be the model here. He's Vanna White. He's about 6'2", so you can get a sense of the landscape here. You've got the cut bank, so you're already way above the river. And they have been continuing to add dates for floods. So that top one says it was 2021. They had a massive flood. And so they're just like, I think it again challenges all of our, we have to continue to work on finding ways to make our systems resilient, whether that's wetlands that can absorb some of these floodwaters. Of course, there's trying to deal with climate change, which feels like in some ways that ship has sailed. And so how do we adapt now is how I keep coming back to this conversation. So next slide, please. I'm almost done with these. So then I just wanted to end on a positive note. Lots of fish there. If you're a fisherman, there was some incredible fishing on both North and South Island. So I did want to highlight that there is amazing beauty and recreational opportunities in this country. Okay, last slide, please. Thanks, Matt. So turning to the Colorado main stem issues and concerns, I already mentioned the zebra mussels. I think I'm already in touch with Maura about that and Matt about connecting some of the folks in the Grand Valley to being engaged in some of the exploratory efforts to control the zebra mussels. So I can kind of move on to that from that one. I did want to just kind of note that this drought affects all of us, and our systems are so interconnected, and just a reminder of how interconnected they are. And I just really, at first I want to thank Denver Water and the other water utilities that are starting to implement restrictions, because in the past, sometimes it's hard on the west slope when there's transbasin diversions and the Front Range isn't on restrictions and you're trying to tell people on the west slope to conserve. It's sometimes a challenge politically. And so I think it's really important when the Front Range cities are starting to move to restrictions, it's easier for us on the west slope to talk about, hey, we're in this together. We all need to conserve. And so I appreciate that. I also want to recognize just that interconnection. I mean, many of the basins here get Colorado River water or are part of the Colorado River Basin. And just to recognize the economic impact, but I mean, obviously to agriculture and to industry, but also to tourism. You know, we're taking a kind of a double hit this year in some of the headwater communities. Not only has it been a terrible, terrible ski season, we're setting up for a terrible summer. And then also we're seeing a really big decline in tourism from out of the country. So a lot of the different aspects of that, and just again, we need to be focused on collaboration and how we can find solutions. And then the last piece I just wanted to mention was wildfire risk. We've been talking a lot about drought, and I know it's kind of the addendum to drought is the risk of wildfire. And I think what I heard from many of the folks in the basin is this heightened concern about the role of the federal government as we are seeing, you know, less staff, less money, less resources, less coordination. And what will that mean for our communities? And so just how can we think about that here at home? What is it that, you know, we can be doing to mitigate those concerns? And then, of course, you know, there's a lot of other federal priorities and lack of watershed health investment. So again, a big shout out to CWCB staff for the work that they're doing to improve watershed health, which can really help with mitigating and adapting for wildfire risk. And just maybe one more of these statistics we've all been thinking about is Rocky Mountain National Park is imposing fire restrictions in March. I don't think that's ever happened. So just as we think about kind of what this year looks like, and I would challenge all of us, and I think we're all out in the community to really help get people thinking about this early, thinking about not only the, you know, conservation and conserving at home, not doing new big landscaping projects this year, but also having their, you know, people being ready for fire, and, you know, just to improve safety in our communities. The last thing I wanted to mention is there is a new movie out, a documentary called The River. Lorelai, you might be in it. Is that right? Mara Trasker's film? Okay. I know the Nature Conservancy helped put some funding in it. I know you're going to see lots of familiar faces, but that is premiering at the Boulder Film Fest on April 11th. If anybody's on the Front Range, and I think the tickets might be free to the Boulder Film Fest, but I don't know that. But Google Boulder Film Fest if you're looking for something to do in April that might have air conditioning. So with that, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and go into I'll keep mine pretty brief as well too. Just a couple of things. I wanted to welcome Director Ward. It was so good to welcome or have you with us in this the next couple of years or next 3 years as we move forward in what happens in Colorado. The Southwest Conservation District's water seminar is happening next week on the 27th here at Skyute Casino on the Southern Ute Reservation. So hopefully I'll see many of you there at that conference. We're gaining more traction as there's a lot of people coming from other states as well too to this conference. So it's becoming the place to be. So remember that next year if you're not going to be there this year. We've had a couple of fires already within my little area, so people just need to be fire ready about what could happen, because we are very, very dry. It's a very hot day, and it's going to continue to be that way, I think, for the rest of the season. And really that's about it. Not a whole lot else has changed other than the heat, and it's going to continue to be that way. And just want to wish everybody hopefully a happy year with lots of water around us and not heat. So anyway, I am going to go ahead and move into the public comment. I believe we do have someone online for a public comment. Donella?
Sure. Good afternoon, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I didn't expect it that early, but I'm ready. My name is Daniela da Silva, and I live in Granby in Grand County. That's the county that has the Colorado headwaters. And more than half of all the waters from the Grand County goes to the Front Range and Denver. And from what's left in here, we do have still lots of water, but lots of water is in the place where it shouldn't be, and vice versa. And I am here because I'm following few your grants and programs that go through either your board or through the Division of Water Resources. And I am having the hard time to track these programs because sometimes what is on the paper does not exactly look like what's happening in the area. And I really can't find anywhere place on the website where I can track these projects. And specifically, before I go into some details, I have the lot in the area that's supplied by Well Ditch that takes water from Meadow Creek Reservoir, which is a reservoir that we share the water with Denver. And it's used for the irrigation. And that's been, irrigation's been there for 100 years, and those ditches are leaking everywhere. That's not just the ditch that that goes now through the HOA, because HOA got over the lands. But generally, there is hundreds of ditches in Grand County, and most of them, they are not maintained and they leak. And we're saying that we don't have enough water here, but you see it on the picture there. You're driving even today, next month, through these puddles and pools where that water is just standing until it evaporates, and nothing's done about it. And when I track it and look for some of the augmentation plans and court decrees that are behind this to control the diversions, they do not work. I follow the decree and it just doesn't work. So I would ask this board first, before I explain these pictures, if they would look a little bit, if there would be any way to track the projects in the progress. There's supposed to be some kind of the progress reports. When I look on the grants, I can't find them. There's supposed to be final reports. I can't find them. And I don't know who would look into it. There is lots of money behind it. I don't know where they go. Certainly the improvements that I see in my area that were projected are not there. And I think just to do a little bit more deeper cleanup of the system might help to put more water into the rivers rather than let it evaporate and go somewhere where it doesn't do any good or it doesn't have beneficial use. I put a few pictures in here. The first one, it's just, it's the partial flume that's right behind my lot in my HOA. Behind that the partial flume, there is a 60 acre-feet reservoir that's fed from the well ditch, despite that's never been augmented that way, but it's the leaking ditch. It's got more water now because they improved the ditch to improve the irrigation, but all it happened is all that water goes to that reservoir and it sits there. It's supposed to be released into the Colorado River, but there's never been a channel to connect that reservoir with Colorado River. It's been just set up as an agriculture runoff, so it's either kind of the wetlands or dry lands, or there is nothing. So we do halt, and I'm sorry to say it, we do halt lots of water that we're not supposed to in my association. And I would like to fix it. And I have a really hard time to do it with the division. They throw the rocks into the partial flume, so it looks like there is always some water in there, but that's not always the case. Also, when they do the project up at on the well ditch, higher on the stream, they never think what's happening to the water, how are they affecting water downstream. And the area that you see there that looks like a Grand Canyon, there is about 200 elks going back and forth, hundreds of antelopes, and a deer that's supposed to browse there on the willows that disappeared or are not there. So we don't doing the right thing with the water in my area is my point. And I think when those projects go through your hands, look more on it from the point of entire ecosystem, not just that narrow-sided look. The next picture is again the area you're looking that was supposed to be conserved. The water supposed to go on the other side where the meadow is, but the water is piling on the opposite side where nothing really grows. And where I'm standing is just the sagebrush. Now, through that sagebrush, Water Conservation Trust came and highlighted that area and says, we will dry it in the fall, and that will save the water. For the Fraser River, send it through the different diversion system. The system doesn't work this way. We do need the water in the fall in that area a little bit past this puddle. And it just, one project goes on the top of another, and it's counterproductive. We don't do any agriculture in my HOA. So to say that we're saving the water on agriculture, that's just the gimmick. So there is lots of language in these projects that really does not fit to what is happening. And I'm just a person who has the lot in the association, and I do see it, and I would like to get it improved. And I appreciate the time that you guys listening to me. And if there is anything that can be done better, I would like to help. And if state engineer needs more water in the Colorado River, I would be happy to clear those rocks and take a shovel and start emptying these pools that been just sitting there. It's my association, and it's lots of lands that I see in the county that do have these spots where the water is and should not be. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer, but I think I got through, and I probably had more, but I really like the books and the presentation about the New Zealand, and actually enjoy listening to the almost entire day of what's happening with the water, and it was interesting.
Thank you. We were glad that you are here with us as well too. And I know we can have staff reach out to you, but I want to ask Anna Moss if she would like to add anything.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for those comments. My name is Anna Moss. I'm the Deputy Director here at the CWCB, and certainly we can have staff connect with you directly. I think we've got your contact information, and we can walk through, where we house our reports, and just really kind of talk through some project needs out there. So appreciate you flagging this for us, and we'll circle back with you.
Thank you. And I got one more comment during the today's presentation, and it was about the work of county's water commissioners and the need for their mental health. And I see those guys running here around, and I think they have a hard time to deal with the people in here, and people around the ditches used to be farmers. Right now, those are real estate dealers, money dealers, and people who can manipulate others and left or right without even realizing that one is manipulated. And my subdivision is multi-million-dollar deal, and those people who are behind it, they try to push that deal, and they are really aggressive. And the commissioners who try to do just a good job, they sometimes don't have a chance to get through. And I think more than mental help to staff, it's maybe get them more as in either education or to raise the level of the professionalism or education for the water commissioners. Because when I look on the website, it's just the high school, and I don't think it's not enough to go against these big money deals and business. And that's one extra comment.
Right. Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions?
Director Cloud,
Director Combs?
I don't know if any of you guys got it. I just got a text from Robert Sakata saying that there's a fire in Custer County and they're having them evacuate all their animals to the fairgrounds.
Oh.
So just thought I'd put that out there for anybody that might want to reach out or has anything to do.
Thank you for that. Director Ward.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all of the CWCB staff and my fellow directors for the very warm welcome. I got some great training from CWCB staff a week or so ago, and just really appreciate everyone's support as I start to learn how to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome again. Is there anything else before we end our meeting? I don't see anything. So we've come to the end of our meeting. So I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion. Ward.
Thank you, Director Ward. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. Hawes.
Thank you, Director Hawes. Is there any discussion? Okay. Motion made in second. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none. We are now adjourned at 4:37 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you in May.